Welcome. Okay, my last stream got interrupted. Turned the VPN off to see if I could access Yale information, but I couldn't. So we're gonna try some other ways to access that data. What we're focusing on today is U.S. immigration policy. I personally am an immigration supporter for the U.S. I think we need large immigration to help this country in various ways, including economically and to support people as they retire into the future. So I've got a PowerPoint made. This is the second night I'm streaming about immigration. So previously I made about 7 slides, and then just in this last stream I had for 15 minutes, we had another slide. And we had just finished watching a Yale School of Management video interviewing 3 researchers that have a new method for estimating migration numbers, unauthorized migrants in the country. So, what people like to cite, including the government, is Pew Research and Center for Migration Studies of a New York university. Yale says they've doubled the estimate from there currently being 11 million unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. to there actually being 22 million, which means the crime rate's half of what people thought that it was. And also, I guess if you would say there's negative effects of it, those would be half per migrant we have. We know that we have a lot of benefits to unauthorized immigrants. It's for businesses that's uh, lower wages they get to pay. That's important right now because of the housing crisis. We need to construct more homes, so this takes pressure off of the U.S. and our population for housing. We also know we currently have very low unemployment, so it's good to have more workers to do the things that need to be done. And obviously, they're valuable in agriculture and landscaping. So so let's continue here. See, check my streams, make sure I'm online. Here we go. Okay, it's popping up on YouTube now. Good. Okay, now let's wait for Twitch. I'm dual streaming. Okay, now to watch the video with the researchers describing their methodology, you can refer back to the previous stream. See, Twitch is not here. Let me should I give it another minute or try something else? I'll try something else. Okay, I tried something else. We're giving it another minute. Okay, so an issue I'm having here, there's this link to the full story from the video that links to yale.edu. When I click it, access denied. So we're going to try a different browser, Firefox. Access denied. Shoot. What is the deal here? What's the link name? Some unauthorized.yale.edu. Faculty research centers. Response to critique of undocumented immigrants in the United States, estimates based on demographic modeling with data from 1990 to 2016. So they said they included in their model death rates. They included estimations for people leaving, coming in, and then also for inflow estimates, they used arrest records, which Pew wasn't using. It said basically Pew just surveyed people, which you could imagine isn't the best way to do it because some people may think it's a trick, or why go out of their way to announce to anything official sounding that they're here illegally. Okay, let's put the hyperlink in. This is Yale, so I'm hoping it's not all a bunch of bullshit. NIH. Okay, here's a link to insights.som.yale.edu. Okay, this is citing 19.6 million. Here we go. Read the study. Let's see if we have more information in here. Okay, estimate 19.6 million. So maybe this was revised. What year did this? Oh, this came out in 2018. Okay, they said in 2015 it was the data gathering became better. Kaplan is William and Marie A. Beach, Professor of Operations Research, Professor of Public Health, and Professor of Engineering. Rodolitz is a doctoral student in operations at Yale SOM. Their study appears in the journal Risk Analysis. Okay, let's do a new slide for this. I'm not sure if you guys can see this. I'll move myself a little bit. Yeah, I'm also gonna make it command prompt so I know what you guys can see. It's always set to always on top. Study draws on Mexican Migration Project, which has surveyed communities in Mexico since 1982, asking about the history of household members' migration to and from the U.S. MMP data alone cannot be used to directly estimate the number of immigrants in the United States. The authors say because it is based on a snapshot of the population living in Mexico at one point in time. The MMP sampling creates a large bias in the data. Kaplan says the observed duration of time undocumented migrants in the sample spent in the United States will greatly underestimate the true lengths of stay taken over all. I'm gonna sneeze. The true lengths of stay taken over all undocumented border crossings, while the trip departure dates observed among those sampled in Mexico will be biased backwards in time relative to the true trip departure dates among all of the migrants. Okay. Okay, wait, we're having an issue seeing. Read the study, snapshot models of undocumented immigrants. Oh, bummer. Okay, we'll get to this study somehow. Copy link address. Hyperlink. I'm gonna switch sides. Here we go. And if this is too small, the PowerPoint for many of you to see, just let me know. See, Twitch still not showing up. Oh well, YouTube's better for VODs anyways. Got Rodolitz. Edward H. Kaplan. Keep our notes organized as we go. Okay, here we go. Download PDF. Do we get it? Get access. $62. Oops. Lugen.mx. All right, full text search. Nothing for general search. Full text search. Nothing. Okay, let's try it. We'll search by author. Nothing. Libgenda.onl. .is. Oh, look, this looks different. No results. Immigration. American Gulag inside U.S. immigration prisons. Immigration and I'm not going to look into European migration. I feel like the US is complex enough. Although it might give me the jargon I need to look into that. Okay, let's see if they give us text describing the study name. Oh, let's just try Googling this. NIH full text link. Okay, here we got the abstract. Wiley, read the full text. $62. Well, shoot, at least let's get the let's read the abstract. I gotta pee. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, Twitch still not working. Oh, I got 2 views on my VOD on Twitch. Let me make sure. Okay, I got my YouTube linked at least so they can click to that. So when we're live now. I gotta sneeze. And I'm back. I'm back from the sneeze. Lost consciousness there. Lost consciousness there for I think like 100 milliseconds. Okay, accurately estimating the size of an undocumented immigrant population is a critical component of assessing the health and security risk of undocumented immigration to the United States. To provide one such estimate, we use data from the Mexican Migration Project, a study that includes samples of undocumented Mexican immigrants to the United States after their return to Mexico. Of particular interest are the departure and return dates of a sampled migrant's most recent sojourn in the U.S. and the total number of such journeys undertaken by that migrant household. For these data enable the construction of a data-driven undocumented immigration models. Enable the construction. However, such data are subject to an extreme physical bias. For to be included in such a sample, a migrant must have returned to Mexico by the time of the survey, excluded those undocumented immigrants still in the United States. In our analysis, we account for this bias by jointly modeling trip timing and duration to produce a likelihood of observing the data in such a snapshot sample. Our analysis characterizes undocumented migration flows, including single visit migrants, repeat visitors, and retirement from circular migration. Starting with 1987, we apply our models to 30 annual random snapshot surveys of return undocumented Mexican migrants, accounting for undocumented Mexican migration from 1980 to 2016. Scaling to population quantities and supplementing our analysis of southern border crossings with estimates of visa overstays, we produce lower bounds on the total number of undocumented immigrants that are much larger than conventional estimates based on U.S.-based census-linked surveys and broadly consistent with the more recent estimates reported by Fazel Zarandi, Feinstein, and Kaplan. Okay, so they're using sampling of people that have come to the U.S. and then returned back to Mexico. And then they're making estimates. Let's see, they're making estimates by jointly modeling trip timing and duration. It's not really clear their methodology here. Obviously, like, they're missing data from that method, but they're accounting for it. They're saying by modeling trip timing and duration. I really wish we could read this study. It's not clear. I've not unlocked donos yet, so we can't get a $62 dono to read this. Okay, this is a long shot, but I have before. Oh, Arxid. Oh, we got it, boys and girls. Okay, February 16th, 2020. How many pages is 37 only? Oh, they even have charts in here. Okay, this is the one with 16.7 million as an estimate. So, okay, this is the same authors as the paper that found 22 million. So they probably received peer review. The video we just watched was from 2018. This is 2020. So they probably took the peer review into account and then oh, please do not cite without permission of the authors. And then change their model accordingly. So, and notably, it caused their estimates to go down. Okay, we're definitely going to download this. Immigration. Let's see, we gotta name this in a way that makes sense. Okay, we'll start with name of the study. And we'll get the authors in there too. Scott Rodolitz and Edward Kaplan. Yale School of Management. Zom. Wait, 2002 dot, is this supposed to be the year? Or, oh, February 2020 February. That's kind of weird. Let's fix that. 2020 02, and then we'll just put in the day of the month. That way it looks like a date here. Okay, introduction and motivation. The number of undocumented immigrants that reside in the United States. Actually, let's try to find this December 29th one first. Semantic Scholar, December 9th. Oh, what is it? ResearchGate. It's 2024. It'd be cool to see the peer reviews. I wonder how we see that from the 2018 study. I don't know. Do we have enough clout, you think, to request it? Citizen scientist. Let's do it. Featuring streamer. Institution is YouTube though. It's politics streaming. I hope they give us like a no, they don't give us like a explanation for request section. Okay, here's 2021 published again. Obviously, I'd like the most recent one. Okay, so here it is. This is it. Okay, this is through Wiley, so they're gonna ask for money. 62 still. So we got it for free from ArcSiv. Let's just check ArcSiv.org. Or archive. I don't know how you say it. Let's see. Pronounce ArcSiv. With the X representing the Greek letter Jai. Jai? Archive. Pronounces archive. Okay, how do we pronounce this? Chai. Oh, he. Kai? Or CH in the German word Eich? Eich. Oh, there's in modern Greek, there's two distinct pronunciations. A voiceless palatal fricative. All these fricatives. What the fricative is going on with this word? Voiceless uvular fricative. Oh, ArcSiv is not illegal according to Arcs or Archive. Rated themselves. Okay, so we're switching. Don't use the February one only. Okay, assuming we're keeping the same authors. Okay, let's check this on Firefox. My VPN is off. No, this is a different Scott Rodolitz. American Gulag inside U.S. immigration prisons. Okay, they look at one in Miami. Profit from contract to hold INS prisoners. Yeah, we should probably know what INS stands for. Let's guess here. Immigration. No. INS immigration. I'm guessing I is immigration. Immigration and Naturalization Service was an agency of the U.S. Department of Labor from 1933 to 1944 and the U.S. Department of Justice from 1940 to 2003. Wait, what year is this from? Oh, 2004. Okay. We'll skip that. How do you use libgen? Okay, we've got the study. Make sure we've got. Oops. Control Shift. No, we're hyperlinking this. Hyperlink. Come up views. Okay, save that link there. Full story. No, let's grab that link from where we downloaded this from. The archive link. Oops. Okay, so this is published 2020 February 16th. Make it a little readable. Okay, abstracts. Is vague. Okay, I'd like to zoom in a little more. Can I adjust the size of this? I guess not. Okay, let's just guess 120. Oh, we can go further. Perfect, 130. Streaming tips, no thanks. Okay, this is a long. We're gonna get some help. Trotting through this. We'll see. If drinking makes reading the study difficult, then won't do it in the future. But for me, it is a Friday night. The number of undocumented immigrants that reside in the United States is one of the most important and controversial quantities at the heart of the U.S. immigration debate. For many years, estimates produced by organizations like the Pew Research Center in the neighborhood of 11 million undocumented immigrants have persisted. Okay, so let's shrink our font size down here. Pew Research estimate 2018 11 million. Okay, look, if I hover over it, it says S1444, which is, wait, that's the Border Patrol Enhancement Act. Oh, wait. Why did that pop up there? Okay, we've got conclusions. I want to see citation references. Is he saying that? So there was a bill introduced in. Wait, this was introduced in 2023. This bill S1444. Okay, so their 2018 study. So okay, this can't be cited in this 2020 paper. Okay, so they're citing this paper by Pew. So let's see if we can find this. We're not gonna look at it right now. Be nice to have it. Report PDF. Hell yeah. Okay, so damn, 78 pages. Okay, hopefully there's some juicy stuff in this. Okay, I can't. How can I extract text? I'd rather not type this all out. I know Power Toys is something. Peak power door power game. Text extractor. Windows Shift T. Wait, that's oh no, never mind. Okay, Windows Shift T. Okay, this is to our code. We've already got a tab open. Okay, this time we know how to name this fast. Oh, okay, Windows Shift T. Pew Research Center. Let's check the text. U.S. unauthorized immigrant total dips to lowest level in a decade. Maybe we should put in the date first. Here, we'll get the authors in here too. Oh, I can highlight their names in this PDF. Okay. Pew Research Center. Y. Jeffrey S. Passell and DeVere account. U.S. unauthorized immigrant total dips. Okay. Looks like a great name for us. Okay, we have that. We'll read that later. Here's a descriptor. Okay, so... Oh, this is different numbers than what I've seen. What is this? Okay, this is 2018. Yes, I think this has been updated. But yeah, what the Yale paper is saying is they have the same, what did he say, trajectory? But different numbers. So although they used a different method, they had higher numbers, but the shape of the graphs match. It's just they're directly proportional. Yeah, back on track here. Okay, so they mentioned the Pew Research from 2018. As a reminder, this is February 2020, this paper. And I guess I'll just keep repeating some of the points we found out as we go through the stream. This paper, well, it did estimate 22 million unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. Now they're saying, what is it, 16.7? So this is after likely peer review and revision of the model. But this is actually, so if you're pro-immigration like me, this is good news because then whatever the number of crimes done, this is spread out over a larger population, so the rate itself is lower. And I haven't looked into this thoroughly yet, but I've heard many times that unauthorized immigrants commit crime less than the U.S. population of citizens. I assume much less. A lot of unauthorized immigrants that I've personally worked with, but basically all of them actually. So all of them, they're very focused on the task. They jump on time. They're hard workers. They're salt of the earth type people. Okay, let's get their estimate number. I know we saw it, but I know it was 22 million in their last paper, but now it's where is their number? Let's just scroll through it. Oh yeah, let's look for the graph. Results. The estimated fraction of all migrants who are solitary is given by, is that phi equals 0.63, 95% confidence interval 0.5 to 0.74. I don't know what this phi hat means. They have a, okay, here we go. Average number of trips to date. Sample frequency. Wow, there's a lot of circular migration going on. Okay, so 1990 to 2016, total border crossings estimated, scaled to coincide with Fazels Arandi, Feinstein, and Kaplan, 2018, 38.8 million. With 45.4 million border crossings in total, so a lot of people coming and going. You think by results, they just have the big number to start off with and then get into the details. Undocumented population. I wish I had. I don't have AutoCAD. AutoCAD's great for scaling graphs and then getting numbers. So it currently, so for 2018, they'd estimate about 14.5 million. 2018 estimate 14.5 million, and then let's save this graph in here. And then we'll fill a text box up with a text box under it. Page 34. 34. Shrink the font down. Group. Alright, it's group. It's not that group. It's grouped like that. We might have to watch a video explaining their statistical math. Don't worry, I've got a strong math background, but I might not be familiar with these methods. Data source. Okay, this is where we left off. Okay, 11 million estimated by Pew Research Center 2018. These estimates are deduced via the residual method, which relies on estimating the total number of U.S. residents born outside of the United States via extrapolation from questionnaires administered as part of the American Community Survey. Census.gov link. And the Current Population Survey, Census.gov Program Surveys. CPS. Current Population Survey, not Child Protective Services. And subtracting out the number of those born outside of the U.S. who are in the country legally as determined from government records such as visa, citizenship documents, etc. Okay, so you can see like this method would be problematic because you're asking people to self-report that they're here illegally, and they might think it's a trick. Kind of like people surveyed in Russia if they like Putin or not. I mean, yeah, according to Pew, he's got a really high approval rating, which he might, but I'm suspecting a lot of people think that it's not actually Pew giving the survey and they're being tricked. Okay. So we're just gonna insert bullets here. So their methodology. I want methodology. Okay, we will say this is their methodology. Okay, 1. Extrapolation. Questionnaires administered as part of the American Community Survey. So is this... Let's look at this. Is this government sponsored, for instance? Okay, so it's on the Census Bureau's platform. But let's see who funds it, just in case anyone asks. Who funds the American Community Survey? Okay. Conducted by Census B-U-R-E-A-U. Must be a French word. Okay, second method, current population survey. It subtracts out number of those born outside of the U.S. that are here legally. Visa. Who funds the current population survey? Probably also the Census Bureau. Trying to buy that. Oh, okay. It's sponsored by the U.S. Census Bureau and the U.S. Bureau of Labor and Statistics. Let's say sponsored by. Sponsored by the Census Bureau and Bureau of Labor Statistics. All right, that's the Pew methodology. Okay, so this is considered. Oh, you know what? You should get the link to this too. Yeah. Let's actually font size this 20. Okay, this is considered residual method. Residual method estimates of the size of the undocumented population have been questioned, however, due to the fact that persons in the United States illegally have strong incentives not to cooperate with government surveys. Of course. Yeah, as I mentioned. That the missing data rates for questions regarding place of birth are much higher than for less troublesome questions such as age or gender lends credibility to this concern. Kaplan, 2019. For example, in the 2017 version of the American Community Survey, only 1.7% of survey participants refused to provide their age. In contrast with 9.3% who refused to provide their place of birth. Interesting. Okay, so criticism. Criticism. We're gonna organize. We're gonna get all these, the fonts the right sizes to look good. Don't you worry. Unauthorized immigrants. We're putting it in our own words, guys. Help us remember. Are all paranoid conspiracy theorists. Have strong incentive. To not give their immigration status to a government sponsored program. Okay. Example is what we like. Only 1.7% of participants refused age question. 9.3% refused country of origin question. Well, statistical imputation methods. Imputation. It's our word of the day. In statistics, imputation is a process of replacing missing data with substituted values. When substituting for a data point, it is known as unit imputation. Okay, let's check that pronunciation.
Imputation.
Imputation. Impia. It's impia, not impu. It's the less formal. Imputation. When substituting for a component of a data point is known as item imputation. Okay, when substituting for a component of a data point. Okay, so when the data point is broken down into its dimensions, you replace that, it's item imputation. There are three main problems that missing data causes. Not surprised. Missing data can introduce a substantial amount of bias, making the handling and analysis of the data more arduous and create reductions in efficiency. Yeah, so if you ask a survey on who you're going to vote for, and you get 60 people that respond that are age 60 or above, and you have like 3 people that are age 18 to 25, it's kind of hard to take those 3 people and then extrapolate that out to the what you expect of the entire age group. Because missing data can create problems for analyzing data, imputation is seen as a way to avoid pitfalls involved with listwise deletion of cases that have missing values. That is to say, when one or more values are missing for a case, most statistical packages default to discarding any case that has a missing value, which may introduce bias or affect the representativeness of the results. Yeah, this is a good word too. How about words of the day? Words of the day. March. We're going to say it's 7. Imputation. This isn't even words that we might not know. It's just good solid words to have in the arsenal. Representativeness. Extrapolation. Oh yeah, so if some of your data points are missing components, there might be like an association between all of the data points that are missing components. So if you strip those out, then you're stripping out an important cross section. Okay, back to the study. Back to reality. Oh, there goes gravity. While statistical imputation methods are employed to adjust for such missing data, those methods presume that data are missing at random. Exactly. When data regarding place of birth is sought from potentially undocumented immigrants, however, one must at least suspect that missing data are missing on purpose. Rather than relying upon the residual method, Fezel, Zarandi, Feinstein, and Kaplan 2018 developed a mathematical model of the population of undocumented immigrants and basic demographic principles. The population at some point in time equals the initial population plus accumulation of all population inflows minus all population outflows over time. The data for estimating inflows and outflows was operational in nature, based largely on data from the Department of Homeland Security, documenting border apprehensions, visa overstays, and deportations. In addition to voluntary emigration by immigrants out of the U.S. at rates reported in the academic literature on the subject. Oh, I put the emphasis in the wrong place there. But you get the point. The model estimated conservatively that as of the end of 2016, there were at least 16.7 million undocumented immigrants in the U.S. While over 1 million simulations accounting for parameter uncertainty, the mean population estimate was 22 million, essentially twice the results based on the residual method. Okay, so this is talking about that 2018 paper, which we don't have, but this is a new paper. Okay, so If missing data is removed, accuracy can be reduced given that this data is likely missing for a reason. So we'll just say incomplete cross section. Okay, control shift home. Oh no, shift home. Oh, shift home, shift up. Okay. Another, I remember from college, there's like a hotkey for the reduce font size. I think it's Alt Shift left arrow, Alt left arrow. PowerPoint hotkey reduce font size. I know this is taking a minute, but it's okay. Control Shift. Okay, it's not Alt Shift. Control Shift. Left caret. Wait, is this 14? Is this matching the size 14, 12? Shit. I can do Alt size 12. 2018 paper Kaplan. Gazelle Zorandi, Feinstein, and Kaplan. Paragraph. Okay, we get a list. Now we're describing what they're saying about this new paper. At least 16.7 million. End of 2016. Okay, so this would be before the asylum abuse. Mean population estimate 22 million. I guess Switch is just not working. Okay, like I said, YouTube's better discoverability. I can do this. I know I can. Yeah, if I shake my desk, my camera shakes. That's gonna be hard to fix, but it's possible. Okay, these new estimates were themselves criticized for oh, here we go. Hell yeah. Okay, so we had a criticism section for this. Criticism. By the way, guys, if you're ever making an Excel a PowerPoint at work for a presentation, do not make it this dense. This is like note-taking density. What happens is as you give the presentation, people start reading the slides and then they're not listening unless they're like one of those really talented multitaskers, but most people aren't. So you just have like a few key phrases on there, and then you expand on the key phrases, and then they're listening to you, and they'll recall it better. And it's more interactive and fun that way. These new estimates were themselves criticized for presumably underestimating undocumented immigrants' voluntary immigration rates out of the US. This criticism, argued by Capps et al. 2018, was driven by new immigration estimates obtained from the Mexican Migration Project, Durand and Massey, 2006. It's not really that new. As will be discussed in greater detail later, the relevant data collected by the Mexican Migration Project, MMP, consists of sojourn time spent in the United States by former Mexican undocumented immigrants who were sampled in Mexico after their return. These data thus comprise a snapshot sample. Kaplan, 1997. Man, Kaplan's been at it a while. Well, let's find more interviews with Kaplan, Feinstein, Rizal Zarandi, and Rodelids. That'd be cool. And as is well known, each samples are subject to an extreme physical bias. In the case of the MMP data, a person could only be included in the sample after returning to Mexico, ruling out all undocumented immigrants remaining in the United States at the time sampling took place. This bias in turn leads to severe underestimation of the duration migrants spend in the United States. For undocumented immigrants with long sojourn times, is much less likely to have returned to Mexico in time for the survey! Exclamation point. This snapshot bias easily explains why Capps et al. 2018 estimated much shorter sojourn times and hence much larger immigration rates than those considered by Fazell Zarandi, Feinstein, and Kaplan 2018. I love this scientific paper. They have italicized for emphasis. They've got exclamation points. Like, it's just more dramatic, and dramatic things are easier to remember. My career is software development, and I've read a lot of technical documents, and it can get really boring. I've had to reread sentences sometimes like 4 times. Trust me, dry. Okay, we're adding sojourn to our words of the day. So sojourn, I don't see that word often in software. Maybe if I have a new design principle, I'll name it that. But it sounds like basically like a journey, it's like a trip where you stay for a long time. Come back. A temporary stay. Stay somewhere temporarily. She had sojourned once in Egypt. Oh, okay, so it's not. There's no like implication of like working or that it's a long period. Check the American dictionary. Temporary stay. To stay as a temporary resident. Oh, okay, so there's less connotation, I thought. Okay, so what can we say the criticisms are? Only accounts for migrants that return to Mexico. So this, I guess, won't add like too much context to this study, but I do know that a lot of people, whenever they migrate somewhere, they most want to go home at some point. I know how that feels. I grew up in Phoenix and the desert there, and the desert has always felt like home to me, despite my pale skin. It's I like it. I mean, I like most things. In spite of the cacti, it's pretty there. Okay, leads to missing data and underestimation of U.S. state times. Although, I mean, Mexico, northern Mexico is a desert. It's the same desert, Sonoran Desert, as Phoenix, Arizona, um, Albuquerque, New Mexico, southeastern California. Too, I mean, there's a large Mexican communities in the Southwest United States too, so that might lead people to being willing to call the U.S. their permanent home. Although one drawback to, or one thing that draws people back to Mexico is their GDPs. Look at that thing. Look, it's on a pretty. You could map like an exponential curve to this. This looks of uncertainty. 2014. Huh. I wonder what happened then. Oh man, it's crazy to see other countries' GDPs how they're just like they kind of grow, then they're all over the place, like Germany, France, the UK. It's here with like Brazil. Canada's not even doing so good. These are better than other countries, though, Canada and Mexico. But compared to the U.S., it's just always growing. Okay, let's look at per capita. So as you can see, the GDP goes way up. I can draw people back. Although still a lot lower than the US, so less than a fourth per person. But let's see. Okay, let's look at the population. 129 million. Oh, wow. Okay. Oh, let's make a slide for this. Mexico stats. Population. 129.7 million. Okay, steady rise. Let's look at a population chart. So this should show by age. Okay, it's a steady, so replacement rate, birth rates, growing population. This is 2020. Okay, we're gonna get the chart of their GDP per capita. We see you. GDP capita is going to be pulled down a little bit if you have a lot of children, because they're not contributing to the economy, hopefully. Now, it'll be pulled down slightly. It's not that'll get a huge effect. Now let's look at purchasing power parity. So like they're producing so much per year, but how far does that money go? So for instance, they have the cost of living there. Their rent's going to be cheaper. Food's a bit cheaper. Medication's a lot cheaper. I would know. I used to go to Mexico to get medication when I lived in San Diego. Can we set the x-axis to 0? I mean the y-axis to start at 0. All right, 2023, 24,766. By world standards, that's pretty good. By US standards, it's bad. Oh God, look at Afghanistan, 2,200. I know. So when countries have a very low GDP per capita, um, it's oftentimes hard to accurately estimate their economic productivity because so much of their production is done um, like off the record. You could say illegitimately or something, but they're not reporting it to the government. That's an issue these poor countries have. So like one of my friends, he's from Cote d'Ivoire, and I think that Cote d'Ivoire, it's not. It's actually like pretty good there for an African country. It's $2,500 GDP per capita. He was saying that to live there, it costs about $1,000 per month. So obviously, like a lot of it's not being captured, and that's a big issue for them too because if your income is reported, then banks will feel more secure and in lending to you, so you get like lower interest rates, and of course you want capital inflows in your country so that you can buy the tools that make you more productive. So you can think of that literally, or as simple as like if you're a construction worker, you're gonna want an impact wrench that's battery powered. You're not gonna want to use like one of those old timey screwdrivers where you crank the screws in to like nail guns, compressed air, and all that. And then now you can do more work in less time, but it requires that initial capital investment for it. So that's like I think a example that's more like intuitive and but yeah, like I've known though, at least for what does go on the record for Cote d'Ivoire, their economy is screaming. Look, they even had a civil war in like 2009 or 2010. It's growing fast. GDP per capita. GDP 2023 what was it like 24,000 something, 24,766. US dollar. Yet the MMP dataset does provide raw data pertaining to travel dates and sojourn times for a sizable number of former undocumented immigrants in the United States. This raises a question. They don't say this begs the question because that's when you go through a line of questioning and circular reasoning, and people use it wrong. This is used correctly here. This raises a question. Is it possible, with proper probability modeling, to infer the population characteristics of the population of undocumented immigrants such that when members of that population are contacted via snapshot samples in Mexico, conditioning on that sampling would reveal observations comparable to what is seen in the actual data? If so, then viewed through the lens of correcting modeling, the lens of the correcting model, one could use the MMP data to learn about the entire undocumented immigrant population. Okay, conditioning. Okay, so when you're via snapshot samples in Mexico, conditioning on that sampling would reveal observations comparable to what is seen in the actual data. So what are you scaling the data then? But how do you know how many people are spending a very long time in the US and not returning to be part of these surveys? Like, what could you possibly, like, how would you possibly determine like the multiple for scaling? If so, then viewed through the lens of the correcting model, one could use the MMP data to learn about the entire undocumented immigrant population. I don't know. Sounds like a bunch more bullshit to me. Hopefully they infer the population characteristics of the population of undocumented immigrants. Like, you wouldn't just assume like it's some linear trend. Like, okay, there's a million people that went from Mexico into the U.S. and 1,000 of them spent 3 months there. 1,000 of them spent 4 months there. 1,000 of them spent 5 months. You're gonna see like the difference. There's differences that you can't predict or just like think of, or people that choose to stay 20 or 30 years and are thus never part of like the snapshots in Mexico surveys. Like they could go. I remember growing up in Phoenix, like over time, there was of course a lot of the unauthorized immigrant communities were very inexpensive homes. They were not good. They were old as fuck. Not insulated. You don't want that in Phoenix. Small, just old homes. And over time, you saw they started building out Phoenix more, and they put in nicer homes. And there was areas that were nice, and it was almost all unauthorized immigrants there. But it seems like the ones that had perhaps they started a business or something like that and done well for themselves, they started moving to these nice houses, and of course they want to be with other people that are Spanish first language. Here, I'll show you actually. Oh wait, I found out Earth is better for this. Google Earth. You have, it's like this part of, it's like Western Phoenix. There's areas there. Okay, let's have her full screen it here. Reset to north. Oh, tilt. Reset to north. There we go. Thank you. So that's north? Why? Oh, I guess so you have a wiggle room either way. It's over here. Oh, it was a 101. Yeah, here's a 101. It was like it's an Indian school. Is an actual exit from the freeway. Oh no, road names. Let's see. Let's lay around road names. Everything. Peoria. No, that's too far north. Olive. North to north. Oh, Glendale, I think. You come down Glendale. Was it here? Ocotillo. It was like this. My buddy rented a house there. You I'll show you the house. He doesn't live there anymore. I'll show you the house if we find it exactly. It was big ass, nice 2-story house. He rented, oh my god, for like 750 a month. Hey, you guys are gonna get so mad when you see it. It might have been like right here. 83. I think this is the house here. Ooh, oh goodness. They put cement in. This is the house, so see, you can see it's like this half of the house is 2 stories. Oh no, actually, this is not the house. It was close to here though. They had this big. There was like a convenience store over here, and there's agricultural land. Is it Indian school? No, it's not it. But actually, all this. It was an area, but the houses were like this. See, there's these nice houses here, and it's all just unauthorized migrants, and like these nice areas. So obviously, there's going to be a number of migrants that never go back to Mexico. You get a good house out here. They've got some type of business that's going well. How can you estimate what that number of people like that are? They're in a community of people that speak their language. See here? Uh, I could look this up, but I don't want to spend too much time on that. We already looked there. It was like off the 101 in this area, and there was a plot of they grew something there like cotton. Okay, we'll get back to the study here. I'm going to pee. I'll be back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, Twitch is not working. All right, back to this. Writing such a model. Okay, so they're saying like, can we interpret the data from the snapshots of surveying people in Mexico? So they do these surveys in Mexico where they ask people, did they spend time in the U.S. as an unauthorized immigrant? It's called a sojourn. Their temporary stay in the U.S. And so you can you can see in Mexico how many people have been to the U.S. So they're more likely to answer a survey saying that they were in the U.S. for a time than they are uh, likely to answer a survey in the U.S. that they're currently there in an unauthorized fashion. They don't have to be a paranoid conspiracy theorist to not want to answer government surveys where they state that they have an illegal uh, residency status. So they're looking at the surveys in Mexico, but the problem then is you only get the data about people that have come back to Mexico. So they're asking in this paragraph, can we apply some type of scaling to this to estimate like how many based on their various trip lengths, like what are the longer trip lengths of people that haven't returned yet? But I'm saying like that's doesn't seem like a good method because like some really struck it well in the US and they're just going to stay there forever. They got a nice house, they got a nice business. They're in a community that they enjoy. Perhaps their children are US citizens. So there's a lot of situations where they're just going to stay in the US forever. So how would we estimate what that number would be? So okay, let's see what they say further. Providing such a model and performing the attendant statistical analysis is the goal of this paper. We construct a new probabilistic model of undocumented migration flows back and forth across the southern border that allows estimation of the number of migrants on either side. The model allows for both solitary migrants, that is, those who take one single trip to the U.S. over all time, and circular migrants who make multiple repeat visits to the U.S. Okay, we're gonna make a new slide for. I'm gonna put it above words of the day. We're gonna name this jargon. Okay, solitary migrant. One time trip to U.S. Circular migrant. Whoop. Multiple trips to the U.S. Let's get it spelled properly in here. Let's all calm down and type properly. All right, we're naming this 1 out of 2. This slide. So there's no other else. So 2. Actually, let's name it 1 and 2 in case there's 3. Okay, the model for both solitary circular migrants make multiple visits, e.g. seasonal laborers. Ooh, that's a good example. E.g. seasonal laborers, like people that work in farms, like getting extracting the crops when they're ready. Given this model, we can determine the conditional characteristics of the migrant population that would be found in a snapshot sample administered in Mexico, and work backwards via maximum likelihood estimation to recover the features of the entire migrant population. While our model was developed specifically with the MMP data in mind, our methodological approach could be applied more generally to population snapshot samples in other settings. Thus, these methods are of independent interest. Nonetheless, our numerical results based on the MMP are of special relevance given the ongoing immigration debate in the U.S. To preview our major findings, we find that from 1980 through roughly 2005, undocumented immigration to the U.S. across the southern border was dominated by circular migrants who spent relatively short spells in the U.S. Okay, findings. 1980 to 2005, dominated by circular migrants. With short spells. All right. Greater than 2005. Dominated by solitary migrant. This is a weird word, solitary. It makes it sound like they cross the border by themselves. Tied up their Nikes tight. I don't want anyone slowing them down. With much longer sojourns in the US, we note that 2005 coincides with tightening of security along the southern border. Oh, okay. So it's like harder to get across the border. So you're not just willy-nilly hopscotching back and forth. This is due to border crackdown. Making it more difficult to cross undetected, as have been discussed elsewhere. Vizal-Zarandi, Feinstein and Kaplan 2018, Massey, Durand and Pren 2016. Regarding the number of undocumented immigrants in the U.S., MMP data suggests that by the end of 2016, there are about 14.6 million undocumented southern border crossers with a 95% confidence interval running from 9.4 million and 19.8 million persons. So, is this from 1980 to 2016? There, 14.6 million undocumented southern border crossers. Okay, so that couldn't. Well, the same person crosses twice, though. Is that double counted or single counted? Where are their graphs? 14.6, 2016. Oh, 14.6. Okay, I just looked at the graph and assumed and uh, estimated that it was 14.5, but this is actually 14.6. So they mean when they say 14.6 million, they're saying this was the total population of unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. was 14.6 million in 2016. What slide was this? Oh, right here, 14.6. These are all equally important words. Oh, yes, okay, 14.6. This is page 33. Okay, so here, I went down here, and we read this. We read this, okay. We're like right around here. Okay, tightening of border security. 14.6 million undocumented southern border crossers with a 95% confidence interval running from 9.4 to 19.8 million. Okay, MMP. Oh, we should put this in jargon. Mexican Migration Project? Yes. MMP. Mexican Migration Project. Got it. MMP 2016. 14.6 million, and then 95% confidence interval. It was like 9.5 million. Oh, so bad it's scrolling. 9.4 million. 19.8 million. That's just so broad. 10 million. It's like the lower bound of the confidence interval is less than the difference between the low and the high end. For several reasons detailed in Section 12, we believe this is to be a lower bound on the total number of undocumented immigrants in the U.S. Our new results are thus broadly consistent with the figures reported earlier by Fazell, Zarandi, Feinstein, and Kaplan in 2018. So, okay, yeah, there's that study. Okay, I'm on page 5. Snapshot models of undocumented immigration. What's the name of their 2020 paper? The 2018 paper. 2018 Fizel Zrandi Feinstein Kaplan. Here it is, plus. ResearchGate is here's like articles on it. I love phys.org. It's one of my favorites. Okay. Published September 21st on PLOS One. That's there was a link to this. Okay, we haven't clicked on a PLOS link. Let's see if these are free papers or not. Maybe they'll give it to us for free if we accept all the cookies. You know, as a show of good faith. This doesn't look like a proper paper. Oh. Well, it kind of does. Okay, download PDF. 11 page. Oh, hell yeah, okay. Oh, wait, no, we need the title. Here's our VS Code. Man, this is a long title. Okay, yeah, imagine having this whole title memorized at a debate on this. The number of undocumented immigrants in the United States estimates based on demographic modeling with data from 1990 to 2016. So this is the first paper, and this is in 2018, to use the new modeling of taking into account the arrest the arrest data at the border plus the Mexican Migration Project surveys of migrants who had returned to Mexico. Okay, so like the other study, we're gonna start with the date 2018. Published, okay, September 09, 21. And the author is here, Kaplan. We'll just do the last names. Oops, wrong spot. Fazel Zarandi. What a way to get attention as a researcher. Just have a hello long last name. It's a pleasant one too. Fazel Zarandi. My name is Fazel Zarandi. Oh, can't have the colon in the name. Let's semicolon. No one will be able to see that. We'll totally get away with it. Okay, and then we'll get the link here. Copy link address. Okay, well, this gets us on slide. Yale Insight. That's kind of where we started. Wait. Okay, yeah, Yale Insight, and then get this name in here. Boom. Okay. Yeah, that looks good. A link. Hyperactive link. Copy link address. Hyperlink this. That's how you make your arguments impervious. My defense is impervious. Okay, let's see. So first paper to include border. Let's see. To factor in border crossing arrests and Mexico migration. Or yeah, we got another slide. We define it. And MMP surveys in Mexico. Proper noun. The number of undocumented immigrants in the United States, estimates based on demographic modeling with data from 1990 to 2016. Ah, Twitch is not working. It's not gonna work. Where's Chihuahua, Mexico? Chihuahua, Mexico. This is in like the northern part. I'm pretty sure like northwestern. I don't know, just the northern part. I think it's this whole province here. Sonora? Oh yeah, what's it like? What's it look like here? Deserty. Oops, I want this. Chihuahua is in northern Chihuahua. I'm just looking for that house. It such a nice house. Okay, let's see how they describe their model. We apply standard demographic principles of inflows and outflows to estimate the number of undocumented immigrants in the United States using the best of the available data, including some that have only recently become available. Our analysis covers years 1990 to 2016. We develop an estimate of the number of undocumented immigrants based on parameter values that tend to underestimate undocumented immigrants' inflows and overstate outflows. We also show the okay. I guess they're saying they account for it later on. We also show the probability distribution for the number of undocumented immigrants based on simulating our model over parameter value ranges. Our conservative estimate is 16.7 million for 2016. Nearly 50% higher than the most prominent current estimate of 11.3 million, which is based on survey data and thus different sources and methods. The mean estimate based on our simulation analysis is 22.1 million, essentially double the current widely accepted estimate. Our model predicts a similar trajectory of growth in the number of undocumented immigrants over the years of our analysis, but at a higher level. While our analysis delivers different results, we note that it is based on many assumptions. The most critical of these concern border apprehension rates and voluntary immigration rates of undocumented immigrants in the U.S. These data rates are uncertain, especially in the 1990s and early 2000s, which is when, both based on our modeling and the very different survey data approach, the number of undocumented immigrants increases most significantly. Our results, while based on a number of assumptions and uncertainties, could help frame debates about policies whose consequences depend on the number of undocumented immigrants in the United States. Okay, we're on page 5. After two, okay, we read this part. Our paper proceeds as this. Did we read that? Okay, so for several reasons detailed in section 12, we believe this to be a lower bound on the total number of undocumented immigrants in the U.S. Our new results are thus broadly consistent with the figures reported earlier by Zarandi, Feinstein, and Kaplan, further calling into question the more commonly reported results based on the residual method. Our paper proceeds as follows. In the next section, we provide more background information on the MMP dataset we will study. Then in section 3, we provide a high-level overview of the model to follow. The mathematical formulation and derivations involved in our model unfold over sections 4 through section 8. Section 9 derives in detail the likelihood functions that correspond to the trip departure and sojourn time data involved in the MMP surveys. Section 10 develops a novel submodel for the average number of trips per migrant observed in an MMP sample, based on the true average number of trips to date among circular migrants of the population, as well as the population split between solitary and circular migrants, and uses this model to recover the level of recent trips in the population from the number of trips reported in the snapshot sample. Okay, we're here. Section 11 reports the complete statistical estimation and parameterization details employed in our analysis, while Section 12 presents our findings both graphically and numerically in light of earlier research regarding undocumented immigration to the United States. Okay. Data source, Mexican Migration Project. The Mexican Migration Project is a rich data set that has been used in a variety of academic studies regarding migration to the United States from Mexico. Durand and Massey, 2006. Massey, Durand and Pren, 2016. The MMP began in 1982 and has administered an annual survey in Mexico since 1987. Subjects are determined by first selecting communities based on anthropological criteria and then sampling within those communities. On average, 4 communities that are intended to be representative of 4 different levels of urbanization are surveyed each year. In smaller communities, investigators complete a full census and 200 households are selected randomly. In more urban communities, a specific neighborhood is chosen from which 200 households are surveyed at random. Initially, these communities sampled were selected from western Mexico, where U.S. migration is most common, but recent surveys have covered a more diverse geographic area. The survey, let's look at western Mexico. You said to north. So we got Baja. Wait, where's Baja? Baja California Sur. We have up here Baja California Sur. Yeah, Sur means so. Baja California. Then we got Sonora, Chihuahua, Sinaloa. Durango, Guadalajara, Mexico, Mexico City, big ass city. Look at this thing. Oh, it's like somewhat suburban. Well, no, I guess it's multifamily units. Looks like it was built after cars were invented. Reset to north. You got this. You're Ooh, okay. Okay, Western Mexico. The survey is conducted in the winter since seasonal migrants are most likely to have returned to Mexico at that time of year. Okay, I assume that's when there's less agricultural work to do in the U.S. Through June 2017, the MMP has collected detailed immigration histories as well as demographic and economic information from 161 communities and 26,056 households in Mexico. The MMP data is publicly available online. mmp.opr.princeton.edu, and also contains information on a smaller, non-random sample of migrants surveyed in the United States. In our analysis, we focus on MMP data regarding 3,480 heads of households who have spent time in the United States as undocumented immigrants between 1980 and 2016. Our analysis of these data proceeds in accord with a newly derived migration model, which is summarized next. What this is like in accordance? Am I wasting a vowel every time I say accordance? Accord is used to describe agreement or harmony between two or more things, while accordance is used to describe something that conforms to something else. Oh, so I think they misused accord. Yep. The two countries reached an accord on the terms of the treaty. The decision was made in accordance with the law. Okay. All right. I did know that word. Go me. Model overview. Our model considers the relative composition, travel patterns, and sojourns in the United States of undocumented immigrants who cross the southern border from Mexico. As illustrated in Figure 1, there are two classes of migrants in our model, solitary and circular. We went over this. Solitary migrants travel once to the United States and remain there for a random sojourn time taken from a solitary migrant specific probability distribution before returning to Mexico. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, we don't know. Like, how's that? Like, let's do red. No, maroon. Fill brush. Let's try it. Like, if we've got, we don't expect like a normal distribution. Of our. Let's do that. Of like how, let's say, like histogram. Number of what we can do better. We're gonna leave of spelled by hand because it looks funnier. 16. can do it. Number of migrants. And then here, down here, we have, we'll do the 16, yes. Sojourn time. Their journey time. We wouldn't expect it to look like this because there's gonna be like a group of people over here that are red. It's gonna be like a group of people over here. We just add on top of that that are like just do really well and they stay over in the U.S. That's the problem with this. Let's say like 3 months. Let's say like 10 years over here. All right. Like, how can we estimate like what this looks like? Oh, I'll see what they say. Okay, we're gonna reread a little bit of this. Okay, section 3. Model overview. Our model considers the relative composition, travel patterns, and sojourns in the United States of undocumented immigrants who cross the southern border from Mexico. As illustrated in Figure 1, there are two classes of... Oh, I'm reading what I thought it would be. Okay, there's the solitary migrants. Circular migrants make it an initial rookie trip to the United States and sojourn for a random time taken from a circular migrant specific probability distribution before returning to Mexico. Following any trip to the US with constant probability, circular migrants refrain from further migration episodes, in which case they are said to be retired, or with complementary probability. Or with complementary probability, remain active migrants who will make at least one repeat visit to the U.S. In our analysis, we assume the migration process began in year t equals 1, which corresponds to calendar year 1980. Okay. And continues until year tau. In our analysis, tau equals 37, which corresponds to calendar year 2016. Let's do the math. Oh, yeah. Okay, because 0 starts at 1. 1980 starts at 1. Time is discrete in this model. We further adopt the following travel convention. Migrant departures from Mexico to the U.S. occur at the start of the year, while returns from the U.S. to Mexico occur at the end of the year. Okay. Model. Okay, solitary. There is assigned a migrant specific probability distribution for returning to Mexico. Sojourn. These of men and women. I wonder what the ratio is of men and women. Probably like more men, I assume, doing like these rough and tumble jobs. Well, you get like I know there's a lot of nannies that are unauthorized immigrants. But you got like field hands. Oh, I'm sure like some field handery is suitable for women. Let's look at video. Nah, I don't get all this. Like sojourn. Okay, assigned random time taken from a circular migrant specific probability distribution. Oh, again, notifications. Okay, tending to my kingdom. Okay, back to notifications. Housekeeping. Okay, back to looking at their model. How does your model grow? Okay, probability that they don't make any more trips. We further adopt the following travel convention. Migrant departures from Mexico to US occur at the start of a year. Oh, right. Okay. Travel. Let's see. Okay. This is kind of weird, but so we're gonna make it clear. Assumed travel convention. Departures occur at the start of a year. Returns occur at the end. Okay, and we'll stop there since it's one line. Annual population. Okay, time is discrete in this model. Annual population quantities are estimated at the end of each year. Populations are estimates for the end of each year. With 1 year sojourn times corresponding to departure from and return to Mexico at the start and end of the same year. We will now develop the mathematics underlying our model over the next several sections of the paper. Okay, sick. It's a good part. New solitary migrants. Undocumented solitary immigrants. Solitary returns. Wow, it's very mathematical. Section 4, Solitary Migrant Departures. We first consider solitary migrants, that is, those who make only a single undocumented visit to the United States over all time, from the population of all migrants who traveled to the United States and were undocumented at some point between 1980 and 2016. We define n sub s of t as the cumulative fraction that migrated to the US between the years 1980 and 1980 plus t minus 1, and consists solely of solitary migrants. They do the minus 1 because t set to 1 in 1980 for some reason. That's in computer science. We would just set t at 0. And count out the last operation. Our timing convention thus sets year 1980 as t equals 1 and year 2016 as t equals 37, congruent to tau. The total fraction of the migrant population that traveled to the United States between 1980 and 2016 and is solitary, and sub s of tau is denoted by phi, I think, which is a parameter to be estimated from the data. Let's see, is this phi? I think so. Phi is the 21st letter of the Greek alphabet, pronounced like F. Solitary migrant departure rates are defined via the solitary migrant trip hazard, H sub s of t, which is defined via n sub s of t, which is fraction of the population, cumulative fraction migrant rated to the US. All right, let's put this in the target page. N subscript S unsubscript E cumulative fraction that migrated to the US 1980 to 1980 plus t minus 1. Okay, let's not use the same symbol with different meanings. I don't understand. Okay, so n sub f of t is a fraction that migrated to the US and are still there? Is that what they mean? Like, what's it a fraction of? The total fraction of the migrant population that traveled to the United States between 1980 and 2016 and is solitary, and sub s of tau is denoted by phi, which is a parameter to be estimated from the data. Okay, then we'll also take H sub S alt home font subscript of P. Oh. H. Oh. Well, let's take this H over here. Oops. Over here. Yep. Okay. H sub S of T. Trip hazard. So, why is it called hazard? Solitary migrant departure rates are defined via the solitary migrant trip hazard, H sub S of T, which is defined via cumulative fraction migrated from 1980 to 1980 plus a number of years. Times that trip hazard. This is not clearly explained. So they're saying n sub S of T is a cumulative fraction that migrated between to the US between years 1980 and of a certain year. But a fraction of what? Is it the fraction that came here and stayed over the total amount that came here with some leaving? Because it's frustrating. I'm gonna need another drink. Okay, so maybe if we look at the math, we could nail down what they're talking about. Okay, so the cumulative fraction times the trip hazard is the cumulative fraction minus the cumulative fraction from the first year or for the prior year. Okay, so you're gonna have a series. We're just gonna accumulate. So the fraction of the current year minus the fraction of the previous year. Oh. Yeah, it's gonna give you the fraction. Okay, so that is what it means. The fraction of people that leave. So the hazard, trip hazard is the fraction of people that leave. So you have the current fraction that have stayed times the fraction that leave. What the heck? Let's see what's on this page. Okay, we can make sense of this somehow. So like that trip hazard. So this is all just solitary migrants. That must be what the S subscript stands for. Cumulative fraction. Yeah, no, it's not clear to me. Maybe let's just say it's the amount of people here. So the amount of solitary migrants here times a hazard trip is the difference between this year and last year. So the difference between this year and last year. So however, let's say more people came. So there's 100,000 more people here. Would be the people here times the hazard trip. So the rate, so H of ST is just a proportion of just the percent growth of like how many people came in. I don't know. Note that as all migration is presumed to begin at t equals 1, we have n of s. So do they have like a short word for this? No. Okay. Note that as all migration is resumed to begin at t equals 1, we have n sub s of 0 is congruent to 0. Okay, so you assume there's 0 migrants here in 1980. Let's put this down. S of 0 unauthorized migrants in 1980. Okay, so this is 45 years ago. So it's, if you come when you're like 18, 19, 20, you'd be like 65 now. So you're probably not dead. So just lower rates of migration. Had the good word in the US not spread? I think they come here so they can own guns. Let's see. Is it easy to purchase a firearm in Mexico? Mexico has restrictive laws regarding gun possession. Yep, that's why they're coming here. Equation 1 implies a recursion and sub s of t minus 1 equals 1 minus h 1 minus a hazard trip, the trip hazard times n sub s of t. With solution n sub s of t equals n sub s of tau times a multiplicative series of j equals c plus 1 to tau for 1 minus h sub s of j. What is it? Multiplicative series. Multiplicative sequence. Okay, because sigma is the summation sequence. Multiplicative sequence is this, yeah, which is capital pi. We also define f sub s of t, the fraction of all solitary migration trips to the US that depart from Mexico in year t, as the fraction equals n sub f sub t times the trip hazard over n sub s of tau. Fraction of solitary migration trips. Like fraction. Why don't they just say what it's a fraction of? Like you've got a numerator and you got a denominator. You just spell it out for us. Because I mean, here's the fraction, right? But the the n sub s of t, like there's no numerator and denominator for it. It just says n sub s of t is a cumulative fraction that migrated to the U.S. between 1980 and 1980 plus t minus one. Like, what's it a fraction of? Is it a fraction of the people that went and then like came back, um, or the people that went over and stayed over like the total number of the people that came, or is it like the fraction that left over the total population of Mexico? It just doesn't explain it. H sub s of t equals f sub s of t divided by the summation of s sub s of j from j equals 1 to t. We estimate f sub s of t from the data yielding estimates for h sub s of t as well via equation 5. I just don't like making assumptions like this, but we'll let us proceed. Section 5, circular migration departures. Yeah, let's copy this slide. Let's start at 5, circular migrant departures. Probability Q. Okay, next we consider circular migrants. Following any stay in the United States, circular migrants return to Mexico where, with probability Q, they retire and forever refrain from further undocumented migration, but with probability 1 minus Q, remain active and available for additional migration visits. The parameter Q is estimated from the data. From the population of all migrants traveling between 1980 and 2016, we define n sub c of t as a cumulative fraction that migrated at least once up to including year t, including both retired and active migrants, and consists solely of circular migrants. Oh, wait. So, wait, is this fraction the fraction of solitary migrants over solitary plus circular migrants? That's probably it. Wait, let's just take all this text, put it in Gemini. Wait, I got the this exclusive experimental Gemini AI. Whoop, whoop. But of course, yeah, the Gemini is on my other profile. So let's see here. Okay, new chat. From this study, what is the definition of trip hazard? I get 1,000,000 tokens. I got this for hyper development. Wait, does this say trip hazard? Trip hazard. Okay, trip hazard is the probability of a migrant departing from Mexico to the US in a given year. Oh, wait, enter button stuck. Okay, now we're gonna ask what is NST? Okay, so the trip hazard is like all migrants that will come to the US, and there's so H sub S of T is all solitary migrants that will eventually migrate to the US one time only. It's a fraction that actually migrate in a given year. Okay, so then the N sub S of T is a measure of how many solitary migrants have gone to the US up to a certain year. As a fraction of all that have and will migrate, total migrant population. Okay, so the fraction of every migrant that will migrate solitarily times how many will go that year equals a fraction that went this year minus the fraction that went this year. Wait. Okay, so of all solitary migrants, it's the fraction that went this year is N sub S of T times the proportion of migrants that went times the trip hazard, which is the rate at which solitary migrants depart from Mexico to the US in a specific year. Equals a fraction of all migrants that went this year minus a fraction of all migrants that went last year. See, this isn't correct. No, the AI doesn't have it right either. Okay, I mean, I'm sure this works, but it just doesn't say what these terms are. So f sub s of t is defined. The fraction of all solitary migration trips to the United States that depart from Mexico in year t. So of all solitary migrants that have wherever will be until 2016 is, and sub s of t of the current year times the trip hazard of the current year divided by the sub s of tau, which is like total number of solitary migrants in 2016. So the total number will include, I'm pretty sure n sub s of tau will include those that came here as solitary migrants and left. See, if I could interview them, I could just ask them. Okay, circular migrants. Circular migrants return to Mexico where, with probability Q, they retire and forever refrain from further undocumented migration, but with probability 1 minus Q, remain active and available for additional migration visits. The parameter Q is estimated from the data. From the population of all migrants traveling between 1980 and 2016, we define N sub C of T as a cumulative fraction that migrated at least once up to and including year T. Okay, so we're looking at, so the C here stands for circular. So n sub C of t is the cumulative fraction that migrated once up to and including year t, including both retired and active migrants. Okay, so they might not have come back. Retired migrants are those that not come back. They hung up their shoes. And it only concerns circular migrants. The total fraction of the migrant population that traveled to the United States between 1980 and 2016 and is circular, n sub c of tau, equals 1 minus phi. As all migrants are either solitary or circular in this model, of course. But what about the people that came here in 1983 and they've stayed and they're still here and they leave in 2027, but then they come back in 2029? You didn't think of that one, did you? Unlike solitary migrants, circular migrants average more than one visit to the U.S. I mean, they'd have to average 2 or more, right? Indeed, via the retirement assumption, the average number of undocumented migration visits to the U.S. for circular migrants is equal to 1 over Q. Okay. Yeah, let's write down Q. Likelihood they retire and forever refrain from further undocumented migration. Okay, this is 24. Okay, 1 minus q. Let's see, probability 1 minus q, they remain active and will migrate again. The parameter q is estimated from the data. Okay, so like you see how this is clearly laid out? It'd be just very nice if n sub s of t, they told us the numerator and denominator of this fraction. What I like too, they're using like common spoken English. So they say like they will, like when the forever refrain, likelihood they retire and forever refrain. There's a lot of technical documents where they don't use that. They use, it's not even jargon. It's like they get these phrases in their head that they come up with once and they use them over and over without like thinking about how clearly that's the actual ideas communicated to other people. So they're I've noticed in this paper they're actually really good about that, which is good because it's good for comprehension and memorization, like the absorption of this information. It's a small thing, but it makes a difference. Be a little casual, a little bit too casual though, not explaining their fractions. From the population of all migrants, I already read this, but I'm rereading it. From the population of all migrants traveling between 1980 and 2016, we define n sub c of t as a cumulative fraction that migrated at least once up to and including year t, including both retired and active migrants, and consists solely of circular migrants. The total fraction of migrant population that traveled to the United States between 1980 and 2016 and is circular, n sub c of tau equals 1 minus phi. Yeah, it's all migrants are either solitary or circular this model. Oh yeah, let's put phi in here. Phi, our portion of migrants that are solitary. Versus, we'll put this in parentheses. We'll use a little of that math jargon in here. Versus solitary and circular. Get rid of that. Where is this clearly? Wait, the total fraction that traveled to the United States and is solitary is denoted. Oh, okay, wait. N sub s of tau, it's just the proportion that are solitary. Then given that like we can see 1 minus phi is the proportion that are circular, I assume if they come up here and then leave 10 times, they're counted once, I would assume. Oh, so the sense of S is the proportion that solitary versus the total versus the pool that's solitary and circular. Where's my jargon page? Oh my god. That are solitary. God damn. That's a good. Yeah, I've got one line. Oh my god. Oh, they now I know. They could they not have just worded this better. N sub S of T is a cumulative fraction that migrated to the US between year 1980 and 1980 plus T minus 1 and consists solely of solitary migrants. Again, this is highlighted. So with the so it's the fraction that are solitary divided by solitary plus circular. Okay, now let's it makes sense. Of this formula here. Wait, but is it the poor proportion that migrated this year that is solitary divided by the total number of all migrants that will ever come here until 2016? Solitary plus circular. Okay, let's look at this. Okay. Proportion that are solitary times the trip hazard equals proportion that are solitary minus proportion that are solitary from the previous year. Oh no, okay, I think it's a. Okay, we're gonna need multiple lines for this definition. Fraction of migrants that are solitary and migrated. Wait. What? Here's AI is over here. Gemini's explanation. Fraction that have gone up to a certain year times the trip hazard equals fraction that have gone up to this year minus fraction that have gone the year before. So the trip hazard is the increase in the percentage of solitary migrants, but is it migrants from that year? Is it all that will ever be? Okay, okay, we keep reading or keep thinking. Annoying though. Should I just email them? No. Yeah. That'd be so cheeky. No, we'll figure it out. The total fraction of the migrant population that traveled the U.S. between 1980 and 2016 and is circular and some C of tau equals 1 minus 5. I mean, that's a statement that like got us a lot closer to the answer. But we don't know. Are they talking about the proportion of all of like how many went over all that will ever be? or the proportion that all that will ever be over all that will ever be that are solitary and cumulative combined. But we're closer. We're closer. Unlike solitary migrants, circular migrants average more than one visit. They need to like give this to like a fucking software developer like me and be like, read it, and then and point out what's not clear. All these people are probably like they all know all these terms and stuff. So like if it's misdefined, they're it's mystifying. It's misdefined, then like no one's gonna notice. Unlike solitary migrants, circular migrants average more than one visit to the U.S. Indeed, be the retirement assumption, the average number of undocumented migrations to the U.S. for circular migrants is equal to 1 over Q. Wait, what? Unlike solitary migrants, circular migrants average more than one visit to the U.S. Indeed, via the retirement assumption, the average number of undocumented migration visits to the U.S. for circular migrants is equal to 1 over Q. Oh, that does make sense actually. Okay, so like say they have a 10% retirement rate. Oh wait, but that's not I don't think this is exactly correct. Like it's close, I think. So if they have a 10% retirement rate, so every year 10% of them retire. That means that they would average like 10 trips to the US because that would be 1 over 10%, which is 0.1. So 1 over 0.1 is 10. So if you say their rate of retirement is 10%, I don't think that works out. Let's say the retirement rate is 50%. So of all that come over, 50% retire. Okay, these are like business school people, not mathematicians. If the retirement rate is 50%, so half of them retire every year, then you have 1 over 0.5, so they would average 2 trips. Is that true though? Because half of them retire this year because each are only going for 2 years, and they've already done the first year. Oh no, that does actually work out. Okay, never mind. I was like thinking of it. I was thinking it was slightly off, but it's not. Circular trip timing is heavily dependent on the average number of migration visits taken to date among circular migrants. We define M sub C of T as the average number of trips taken from years 1 through T over all circular migrants who have traveled by year T, whether active or retired. So they're only considering that circular migrants that have already migrated at least once, whether active or retired. As we assume the migration process begins in year 1, we must have n sub c of 1 equals 1. Oh, I'm thinking more about this proportion thing. Okay. I thought about it. Things are checking out. Circular trip timing. Okay. Circular trip timing is heavily dependent upon the average number of migration visits taken to date among circular migrants. When we define M sub C of T as an average number of trips taken from years 1 through T over all circular migrants who have traveled by year T, whether active or retired. As we assume the migration process begins in year 1, we must have M sub C of 1 equals 1. Okay, so we're going to write down this definition M sub C of T. Alt home FN subscript. Average number of trips from years 1 to T over all circular migrants that have traveled so far. Active plus retired. As we assume the migration process begins in year 1, we must assume M sub C of 1 equals 1. Yeah, because it has to be, it's within the group that has traveled. So if they've traveled and it's year 1, they're in that group that have traveled. And they're in M sub C of 1. And we must have M sub C of T is greater than or equal to 1 as all circular migrants on the population of time T have taken at least one trip. Right. Because it's averaging it, but it's not like it's if you go 1 out of 10 years, you're not like it's not set at 0.1. It's not that number of times you've traveled divided by like how many times you've had the opportunity to. It's just the average of how many times you've traveled. The parameters M sub C of T will be estimated from the data. Unlike solitary migrants, where the number of migrants equals the number of trips, with circular migrants, one must distinguish people from migration episodes. Circular migrant departure rates are defined via the circular migrant trip hazard H sub C of T, which is obtained via this formula. Okay, this is similar to the solitary solitary formula for trip hazard. So n sub c of t times the trip hazard equals n sub c of t times their average numbers of trips they've taken total minus the previous years n sub c of t, n sub c times the previous year's average number of trips. Okay, so what can this tell us about what trip hazard actually means? Alexa, turn the bedroom lights on. My lights just turned off for no reason. Not all of them, some of them. Yeah, I like the lighting. I have it better than wait. Y'all just saw it. I monitor lights. Well, okay, so let's start. We'll write down this term. Oh, and then we'll subscript it. And some CFT. Cumulative fraction of migrants that migrated at least once up to and including year T. Circular migrants only, of course. Okay, I mean, it's the same issue as N sub S of T definition. But let's just talk through it. Okay, cumulative number of circular migrants. Over an unknown denominator times the trip hazard equals cumulative number of circular migrants times their average trip number minus last year's cumulative fraction that migrated at least once times their average trip number. Okay, yeah, and then more formulas that are very similar to the solitary migrants. Okay, so we'll do section 5, circular migrant departures. Section 5.1. We're gonna come back to that earlier section. Active circular migrants, rookies and repeaters. Rookies being the ones that have their first it's their first migration to the US, although they will return to Mexico. This is like highly focused on Mexican immigration, which, okay, so I know in Phoenix there were a lot of the unauthorized immigrants were from Mexico. But then I saw other data, and I'll pull this up right now, showing that in more recent years there's migrants from other countries. So lots of Latin America, so Central America, like Honduras, El Salvador, Guatemala, and then South America, like Colombia. But in more recent years, we've been seeing migration from other countries, like Asia. In fact, surprisingly, Pew estimated 110,000 South Korean unauthorized immigrants in the U.S. Here is the data. This is for Pew. So Mexico makes up less than half of Pew's estimates. So they're focusing a lot on Mexico with all of this, but it's less than half. Central America, 2 million, even though Central America is a lot smaller than South America. But of course, it makes sense. They have longer to travel. Okay, now here's countries. They don't break it down by region. As you can see, here's you'd think this part is Asia because it's India, Korea, Philippines, Soviet Union, so you might think Asia, but then they just have Venezuela in there, which is South America. So this study has gone very in depth into Mexico. Like, what about all these other countries? What about all these other countries? Okay, let's watch videos on this. Yale undocumented immigrants. Here, okay, Homan. He was cited in. Oh no, Homan is the order czar. So he's appointed by the president and confirmed by the Senate. Yale study on illegal immigrants gives Trump more ammunition to push border reform. That's not true. That's the opposite of true because we're looking at this Yale study. We have the crimes recorded by unauthorized immigrants, whatever you want to call them, undocumented illegal immigrants, and they if it's twice the population we previously thought, that means their crime rate is half that which we thought. If their ER visits are a certain number and the government's paying for that, now it's actually half of the ER visits per capita. A valedictorian reveals undocumented status in speech. Damn, what university is this? Oh, hey, Vivek from 2003. North Texas. Okay, well, I mean, we just looked at the study. Let's see. Yeah, I think I probably haven't enough info to push back
If you
on
talk
this.
to people talk about immigration reform, they say, well, what do you do about the illegals here?
Here, it's an introduction of this guy. The border czar. Here's a video.
We have seen one estimate that says it would cost $88 billion to deport 1 million people a year.
I don't know if that's accurate or not.
Is that what American taxpayers should expect?
What price do you put on national security? Is that worth it?
Is there a way to carry out mass deportation without separating families?
Of course there is. Families can be deported together.
He's talking about deporting citizens with their unauthorized families. So here he is with more words of wisdom. Or maybe he's just really autistic and he doesn't actually want to do that. He's just correct giving an answer. I hope so. I doubt it though. He's Trump appointed.
Already. Now we've got even a bigger problem than we thought. Turns out they do a Yale study and they look at the number of illegal immigrants in the United States. It's nearly twice as great as we thought. Could it be up to 22
As bad
million?
or great?
I read that last night. I don't know whether to believe it or not. I'd like to see the study and actually see how they did it. And second of all, what was the purpose of
That's what
the
we're
study?
doing here.
Now, 'cause I can
Y'all heard it
swing
here
both ways.
first.
Say, well, now there's so many people you can't possibly do anything but give an amnesty. But on the other hand, regardless if that's attack.
Oh, hey, this is
I
actually
think that
like.
shows even. I can swing both ways. And
He
you say,
sees
well,
the
now
other
there's so many
side.
people you can't possibly.
Wait, did you say I could swing both ways or that could swing both ways? Because that's reasonable. Yeah, there's so many people here, you can't deport them all.
Now, 'cause I can swing both ways. And you say, well, now there's so many people you can't.
Oh,
what was the
sorry.
purpose of the study?
Let's see what the AI thinks he says. Oh, unavailable captions.
Now, 'cause I can swing both ways. And you
I
say,
can
well,
swing
now
both
there's so
ways.
many people you can't possibly do anything but give an amnesty. But on the other hand, regardless if that's a tack you want to take, I think that shows even more. We need border security. We need the
Why?
law. We need immigration enforcement. We finally got a president that wants to protect the sovereignty of this country. He wants to protect Border Patrol agents, ICE agents, let them do their job.
Right.
So I think this gives the president more ammunition to say, look, we need to fix this border.
Well, it sounds like these researchers at Yale.
But now there's like the same level of problems at twice as many people, meaning apparently we can let in a lot of people, a lot more than y'all thought.
25 years, looked at things like deportation, apprehensions at the border, visa overstays, along with death rates and immigration rates, and they based their, the presumption that it could be anywhere from 16.7 million to an average of 22 million, which is a lot bigger than we thought.
Big spread.
But how much?
Yep, 16.7 was their conservative estimate. Like they're saying it's at least that amount.
Bigger than 12 million do you need to be to recognize this problem? I mean, 12. Think that.
Wait, what?
But how much?
To an average of 22 million,
Because Pew thinks that Pew had estimated it was 11 million.
which is a lot bigger than we thought.
Big spread.
But how much bigger than 12 million do you need to be to recognize this problem? I mean, 12. Think that if you even accept the lower number, 12 million, that shows there's a problem. That shows we need border security. That shows we need immigration enforcement taken seriously in this country. And I'm hoping the American people
It shows the opposite of that.
are paying attention and they make this known to their representatives, Democrats and Republicans, that need to step up and support this president.
A lot of cities are on a tight budget, but in Portland, they found $1 million for an illegal alien defense fund. So illegal aliens can
In
get
Portland.
this elite representation in Portland for free.
It doesn't.
That's probably, I mean, that's like a pool of money. I'm sure they don't just give it all to one person.
Surprise me. Portland's the same place. We had office shut down for several weeks because the mayor had ordered the police department not to assist ICE officers. Even ICE employees who weren't gun carriers, they're also Portland taxpayers who he should have had. He had a duty and obligation to protect them. But Portland, with all their problems, with the homelessness and things going on, and those funds got taken straight out of the pockets of firemen and policemen. So once again, you got a politician that puts his own political ambitions ahead of public safety. You telling me the police chief couldn't use that $1 million, or the fire department? We could put more police on the street, more firemen out there to answer call for emergencies. But no, they're going to fund
Illegals.
This is like a nothing statistic. $1 million. We don't know if they're giving it $2 to like 500,000 people or a third of $1 million to 3 people. We can't make any decisions based on just like saying this number. And number 2, like these people are contributing, so there's jobs being done. The U.S. has like a full employment rate. There's jobs being done that just wouldn't be able to be done without them. So I think for me, like the best or the most interesting question that might make us think like, oh, we shouldn't have so many immigrants. Is it pushing down low skill labor wages, like to the point where you've got low skill Americans not getting paid, just getting paid like a very low amount, which I mean might be the case. I don't know. We're gonna dig into those numbers, but I don't hear any arguments from that when it comes to like funding services like firefighters and police departments. I don't think in Oregon $1 million really makes a dent one way or the other. But you have these people doing jobs that need to be done. I hear this argument that a lot of unauthorized immigrants will do the jobs that Americans aren't willing to do. It could be the case that if wages went up high enough for these jobs, then Americans would do them. I mean, that's going to come at a cost of businesses, though. But like, so for instance, when I used to work with unauthorized immigrants doing landscaping, I would get $9 an hour under the table. So this is 2007, 2008, and they would be getting $8 an hour under the table. So yeah, it probably pushed down wages for that. Of course, I was in college at the time too, so I knew my pay would be higher in the future, which is nice. But if wages were higher, would Americans even be doing them? Because in Phoenix, I know a lot of guys who didn't graduate high school at all and they hadn't got their GED yet. They went and worked at the call centers. There's a huge call center job market in Phoenix because electricity rates were low, presumably, and there's just a large population there, like relatively low wages in Arizona compared to other states at the time. And it was nice, you sit, it's air conditioned. Um, Electricity super cheap in Arizona. It's super, I think it was like 8 cents a kilowatt hour on average there. So although it's air conditioned, it doesn't cost that much. So we'll see. We'll dig through this, but I think like the only legitimate argument I think against illegal immigration in terms of like helping the US and supporting the US, America first, as they would say, would be a look at low skill wages. If it is it suppressing low skill wages or not. I don't think it is. I think a lot of low skill workers they'll get jobs that are different. Call centers, um, other types of jobs where where they're low skill but you need English. Let's see. Or it's a low skill job but it takes like a bit of training. Like most people are gonna do like a bit of training. Like if you're faced with making $8 an hour or $16 an hour and it's going to take you 3 or 4 weeks of like learning, even if you're learning at like the average or below average pace, like you're gonna learn if that's the only barrier between that type of like a pay gradient. And I think that's what a lot of people did. So we'll see as we dig through the data. But it's definitely not the case that like they're soaking up all of our welfare benefits and we're paying a bunch of taxes in order to support them. That is certainly not the case.
Legal aliens to help them stay in the United States, which is going to be a further enticement for more people to come to a sanctuary city like Portland, be protected from ICE, and even get an attorney. Every illegal alien across the border is going to be heading to Portland.
It's their choice. They can do what they want to with their money.
It's unfortunate, though, because when you entice further illegal entry in this country, you put law enforcement at risk. And people die into this country every day. This isn't just about enforcing the law. This is about women being raped.
Why does it say 500K? They said $1 million. For illegal defense. That's a funny wording. We got our top lawyers together getting paid top dollar to for an illegal defense.
children dying crossing that river, children and families being put in trunks of cars and back of tractor trailers. We've seen the tragedies that happen. When you dangle those carrots of sanctuary cities, protection from ICE, abolish ICE, we're going to give you free attorneys to help fight your case, that entices more people to come to this country illegally, puts more lives at risk, and you're bankrolling the very criminal organization. More people to come to this country illegally, puts more lives at risk, and you're bankrolling the very...
Florida cities approved $1 million for illegals defense. Illegals, there we go.
Organization.
They sip their coffee and then they put that in.
Smuggle people to have murdered Border Patrol agents and special agents. It's just ridiculous that they chose to do this. Same thing New York City did a couple years ago.
Tom Homan, thanks so much. Great to see you on the couch.
Good to see you.
I know we're legal experts, but we're thinking really out of the box here. We've got an illegal defense. Okay. Housekeeping, tab management. We got this one saved. Let me double check. This is 26. Wait. This is a 2018 study. Yep. (2018-09-21). Yeah. We close that too. Close this. Double check this. This is nice because it's like a... this is an article, so it summarizes the findings. I love his.org too, so we'll save this one. Bookmarks bar. No, let's make a folder in the bookmarks. In the bookmarks bar. Immigration. Name it Yale study doubles population estimate. Proper noun. Yale is very proper. Hell yeah. American Community Survey. $11.27. Let's take a look. I think I got this one. $11.27. Yes. Okay, we're actively working on that. Okay, I gotta pee. I'll be back in a second. Okay, another Yale Insights video. Not a lot of views. You saw it here first. In audio. I'm gonna reset my headset. Testing. Oh, let me see. Do I hear anything? Oh, no, I don't. Oh, I do know. Oh, yeah. Okay. Y'all might have heard us, but I didn't. Maybe it's just muted at the beginning. Okay, sound check. Home and yes. That's a one. Yeah, that's what we just saw.
Meanwhile, there's a
Okay, audio's working. Okay, this is just text then. But it's Yale Insights. Let's subscribe. Only 1.24K subscriber. I assume it's official Yale. 2 likes, no dislikes. I got the dislike extension. How did they come to this finding? Surveys of foreign population in the U.S. Yes, Pew and Center for Migration Studies. Let's look up the University of Center. It's the New York University. Wiki of New York. Oh, no, it's not from a university. It's a think tank. Nonpartisan think tank based in NYC. Model estimates how many flow into the country and subtracts how many flow out. Drew on an array of data related to immigration from academic research and government statistics to inform a new model. Model estimates how many document immigrants flow into the country and subtract how many flow out in order to calculate undocumented population. They mentioned they do a death rate, and like they have that as a part of their analysis, which I think is interesting. So you take like, what's the death rate of people under a certain occupation? I think you would want to control for that. Say like 30-year-olds, look at migrants. If there's like 530-year-old migrants that die undocumented, that's going to get reported. Like, they're not going to get punished too severely if they're already dead. But you'd have to look at occupation. And then but then they're healthy enough though to like cross a border versus the native population. Like if somebody's unhealthy, so I mean, would you factor in like BMI? But then there's other ways I've heard like really tall, lanky people tend to get collapsed lungs. So I guess death rate comes with its own bias. Because much of the data had uncertainty associated with it. They ran 1 million simulations with varying assumptions. Yeah, you're crossing the border. I don't know exactly what that's like, but I grew up in Phoenix. It's Sonoran Desert. If you're crossing through Arizona, probably New Mexico too, it's dry as fuck. You're trekking. What would it be, like a 50-mile trek? Ah, man, and how would you do that like without cell phones? So like in 2000, there's you gotta trek What are you gonna meet at a gas station in Yuma? You need to carry so much water with you. When I was in Phoenix, I was landscaping. I was drinking a gallon and a half of water a day, and I was only peeing 3 times a day. It was like bright yellow, and I was feeling like sluggish. And then it's like, oh, I gotta do more. So I started drinking 2.5 gallons a day so I could work in Phoenix in the summer. The winters are super mild and nice. But yeah, working the summer in Phoenix is one of the only places where it's just accepted and encouraged to talk about your pee habits and the and the vibrancy of said pee. So if you're into that, maybe have a whole new career opportunity for you. Yeah, okay, so this is what the researcher was saying earlier. So we see the same number of we see like the same it's directly proportional, the two data lines. So it's the same trajectory but a higher scale. Okay, one second. One second. People who are undocumented immigrants are not walking around with labels on their foreheads. Neither are populations of homeless people, neither are populations of drug users, neither are populations of terrorists. I feel like homeless people are more likely to look rough, but not necessarily. I went up to Bellingham, Washington, and my friend who lives there, he pointed out this one homeless guy, and he's like, dude, this guy's always like dressed to the nines. And I looked over, his clothes are all bright and not dirty. He's like, I want to just talk to him one day and be like, damn, how do you look so fresh every day? And yet, for policy, it's very important to know the size of these hidden populations because that sets the scale of the problem in each of these different policy areas. Well, that's kind of ironically, the larger the population of unauthorized immigrants, that means the less that there's a problem. The larger the number of homeless people, the greater there is the problem. Larger number of drug users, terrorists. It's a positively correlated with the latter three. The number of undocumented this is the name of the study that we have. The number of undocumented immigrants in the United States, estimates based on demographic modeling with data from 1990 to 2016 by Fazel Zarandi. Feinstein and Kaplan. I can see why they don't have any subscribers. It's no audio even. Okay, let's see if like these we're on YouTube's on to us with our immigration deep dive. Okay, let's see what Holman's saying.
How you doing?
How you doing? Where is he from? Let me guess. How you doing? Right, you want to say like northeast. I give up.
Look.
Alright, let's look at the date. 13 days ago, 2 million views, Fox News breaking. Border Czar Tom Homan speaks about immigration and border security during CPAC 2025. Let's see, from what we know, this guy. He's either cold-hearted or autistic. That's what we know so far. But oh wait, but he did give a balanced view, and they said he was on Fox News itself, the one, the only. And when posed with Yale's estimate that there might be twice as many undocumented immigrants as the commonly used estimate, which is by Pew Research, he said I could go either way. You could say, oh, it's half the problem that it is per person, or it just shows how completely destroyed border enforcement is. So he's not a total dummy. That not necessarily good. Like a Steve Bannon's not a dummy.
Let me start out by saying this. If I offend anybody today, I don't give a shit.
Oh god. Oh.
Don't care. The
He
media in the back
embraces
room,
his
I'm sure I'll be reading a lot of
obnoxiousness.
hit pieces on me tomorrow. I don't give a shit what you think about me.
Unfiltered.
I get asked all the time, does it bother you? There's a big part of this country that hates your guts. I don't care.
I can go
I
spit
don't
on
care.
a baby in a
Because we
stroller.
got
I don't
jobs to do.
care.
I wake up every day for the last 4 years pissed off because the Biden administration took the most secure border in my lifetime and unsecured it on purpose, right? I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took steps to secure the border. Even Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. They got it.
Wait, you said
Joe
Obama
Biden
who secured the border?
steps to secure the border. Even Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. They got it. Joe Biden.
Yeah, I heard Obama was tough on the border, deporter in chief. As we saw, the data for border arrests got a lot better in 2005, so that'd be under Bush. So they started fingerprinting everybody, which of course, I mean, nowadays would actually be even more meaningful, but I'm sure helpful in 2005 even. Let's see, border arrests by year. This is what is so tricky about this topic, is because if you stop people at the border, so let's look at this. Pew Research Center, is it? Like this chart, for instance, migrant encounters. Highest level on record in 2021. So this is with Biden. But we had the invocation of, was it like Title 42? Is that the name of it? So maybe you have like pent up demand. So this was under Biden. Of course, we shut the borders down a lot in the end of 2019 to 2020. But look how low it got under Obama. But then migrant encounters, though, like, this is going to depend on how many people you have at the border acting as border patrol agents. It's going to depend on like the flow of migrants, you know, which is the number that we want to know. But then it's the cat and mouse game of like, okay, we're going to police these areas more, and then the immigrants catch on to it through word of mouth or whatever, social media, something like that, and they start going to the less patrolled areas. Like, just migrant encounters could fluctuate for a variety of reasons, not solely based on number of border crossings. But I mean, you have this huge fall of encounters under Obama. Well, yeah, the huge fall. It was precipitous. It started under Bush, but then continued under Obama. Clinton let a lot through. So what's he talking about? I mean, but this is just encounters, though. Like, what other data are they pulling from? More than 1 million southwest border encounters in 2021 involved people from countries other than Mexico. You also have to think that the story of unauthorized migration to the U.S. it has like several of factors playing into it. So you have like if it's suddenly super easy for Mexicans to cross over, then the news starts to spread. You might get Central and South America, and then you might have like the Chinese and Indians catch on over time. But this is going to take time for that information to be found out. So it's just a very, very dynamic field. Why is this? Huh, okay, they have these names here. I feel like I should save this. Rio Grande. This is what they've named like the border areas. We're gonna just put it in an unnamed slide. It's 2021. Okay.
Biden's the first president.
So Clinton was not tough on the border. You had a big fall under Bush, and then, but also too, there's like push-pull factors for migration as well. So it might not be a matter of U.S. policy at all. How many border agents are there? Like how effectively are they playing the game of cat and mouse, and which areas people are going to go through or not? You also just have what's the economic state in Mexico and different regions of Mexico, or just different regions of the U.S. And the regions of the U.S., how close are they to the border? Same with the regions of Mexico. It's obviously a complicated picture. And I don't think you could say Clinton was tough on the border.
Even Clinton was off because the Dwight administration took the most secure border in my lifetime and unsecured it on purpose, right? I worked for 6 presidents, starting with Ronald Reagan. Every president I ever worked for took steps to secure the border. Even Clinton and Obama took steps to secure the border because they clearly understood you can't have national security without border security. They got it. Joe Biden's the first president.
This national security stuff, it kind of sounds like they're talking about terrorism. Obviously, we don't get a lot of terrorism from Mexicans. Or Guatemalans, or Hondurans, or El Salvadorians.
History of the nation who came into office and unsecured the border on purpose. So for 4 years, I wake up every day pissed off.
Was he saying because
November
he ended
5th.
Title 42? I mean, the pandemic
now
ended.
I wake up every day excited because I work for the greatest president of my lifetime, Donald J. Trump.
That's how he got appointed.
For 4 years, we had over 10.5 million
Satiate the
illegal
ego of
aliens at
Trump.
our border. They released.
I said, is this how he gets appointed?
4 years, we had
Satiate the ego of Trump.
over 10.5 million illegal aliens at our border. They released. We had over 10.5 million illegal aliens at our border.
Wait, what?
They released. For 4 years, we had over 10.5 million illegal aliens at our border. They released nearly 8 million into the country illegally. We had a 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and children. We had a record number of known suspected terrorists and people on the terrorist watch list crossing the border.
I don't want to listen to this guy. I don't know how true this is or not. I don't know if he's just one of these guys that can just lie like Trump. Like, I even see Vance struggle. Like, as much as I don't like Vance and like a lot of other people don't, it just seems to me like he is like uncomfortable just lying, which Trump just has cast some type of immunity spell over himself of like embarrassment for doing that. We'll see that maybe Vance will he'll learn to love it. He's still young, more flexible brain. Let's see. Immigration, sex trafficking. Trafficking hotlines. Overtime. Nope, not used images. Sexual exploitation. Oh, there is a huge surge. What is this? 27, 2007 to 2022. I mean, here's Trump though. It's like went up by half. It's just a. What is this? Like, is this specifically involved with like unauthorized migration coyotes from Mexico and Central and South America into the U.S.? Oh, this is around the world. The data he's citing though. Yeah, we can see here, let's say this is 18 up to almost 80. So it's like, well, that's four times. So 400%. Or maybe we just look up oh man, sex trafficking 600%. Oh, here he is on X. What is this? February 21st, so just 3 weeks ago. In response to Richard Angwin's comments in my last post, you do not know what you are talking about. I see reports every morning. Crossings are down 95% based on actual data. That is a stone cold fact. Regarding your other comment, okay, so that might be true, yeah, because Trump, he's talking tough, and now he's like clamping down on illegal immigration. So just with that, you could see crossings down 95%. But that's not like the actual argument should be whether like this large amount of unauthorized immigration is good or bad for the U.S. And it seems like it's clear. Every serious economist in the U.S. says that the migration to the U.S. is good. We look at our population graph. It's falling. We're not at replacement rate. We see that illegal immigrants have a super low rate of crime. So they're actually like, if there's a bunch of murderers out there, they're like diluting the pool of targets. This is making you safer. Why did I click that? What are we doing? Like in a perfect world, we would have a secure border, but we would still have like a lot of immigration. But we can't do that politically for some reason. I've also got to look into this too. We're putting this on our topics to cover. Here's Lincoln Riley. There's just that single case Trump brought up in his address to Congress. Crime rates. Why had there been no political will to a path to legit or to like it seems like migration's been good for us on every level except maybe lowering low skill wages. But then again, like a lot, it just seems like people take 4 to 6 weeks to train up out of low skill labor. Let's say four path. There's been like no downside to this, so what are we? Why are we pushing so hard for it? I feel like a lot of Americans know this too, because we see that Trump has gotten a vote of a lot of non-college educated people. So a lot of these people probably, especially like earlier in their career, probably worked with a lot of unauthorized immigrants and saw that they're salt of the earth and they're hardworking and tend not to do crime. So I think they want this conversation too. So this is to say like the MAGA base wants a conversation on like why should we be fighting this so hard? I don't doubt crossings are down a lot since Trump took office. That is a stone cold fact. Regarding your other comment, on average, during the Biden administration, there was an average of more than 1,300 known gotaways daily. What's that? Like, is that like the Border Patrol? They're just roaming around like Steve Irwin, like, we see another illegal. There in the distance. He asserts his desire for a higher wage. He's got away. Does that mean they saw someone with binoculars and they didn't catch him? Is that what a gotaway is? Immigration got. I mean, like you just assumed that, right? Heritage Foundation. Okay, this is the conservative think tank. Look at this guy. The humanitarian. Okay, whether you see it as a humanitarian, national security, or constitutional crisis, or all three rolled in one, it's a colossal failure by any definition. Yeah, from a humanitarian perspective, it is shitty because they come over here and they're not in the place where they can form like a workers union. They can't like complain about poor working conditions, and they can quit and get another job. I mean, so it's like this crazy libertarian free for all. National security. From that, we think everyone minds goes to terrorism. So then we think there's a lot of, let's say, we just picture it as like a lot of Mexicans coming over. Oh, well, ISIS could take some of those hateful, crazy, fundamentalist Islamic Arabs and just send them over there, and they're gonna run across the border with like AK-47s and do terrorist attacks. But you know, like we haven't seen that though. Or a constitutional crisis. Yeah, so this is like just people that like law and order. Like I appreciate those people. It does just seem like total nonsense that we just don't have secured border, and we have some intelligent people around sitting together doing an analysis like, okay, we want 1.5 million people from various countries. So Mexico, Central, South America. We'll take them in, and then they can come across legally. That's the ideal. It seems like what's happening now is just like the status quo. It's not a big enough problem, and it helps us. So they just kick the can down the road, and they don't make anything legitimate. I mean, is this business interests at work, or is this an inability for our political parties to be able to say one side or the other has good points? Obviously, there's many ways that come at this from, and the Republicans are going to come up from a one way, Democrats from another. Can they just not say any opposing way has validity? What has led us to this? The Biden administration's open border policies have drawn 5 million illegal aliens from 160 different countries to our borders in just 18 months. So this 160 countries, so they're like kind of invoking a fear, I think, of fundamentalist Islam. The predictable result is a chaotic and deadly southern border where a complex set of threats are pouring into the U.S. The situation has become so dangerous and untenable that a judge in Kinney County, Texas, formally declared the county was being invaded. Oh, we should look into that. Where am I gonna? Kinney County, Texas. Yep, nope, I'm giving up Twitch. Say something, I'm giving up on you. The crux of the crisis is not overly complicated. To deal with the crushing flow of illegal aliens, 80 to 90% of Border Patrol personnel are often pulled off the front lines to care for, process, and release those who have crossed illegally. I mean, what do you want them like all at the border? Be like, you, fuck you. They go and they like hog tie them with fucking zip ties and what, just leave them there? You're like, what's your proposal here? Biden's border patrol has essentially been compelled to abandon much of its core mission to protect the American people. This has left our borders wide open and facilitated the cartels broadening their operation control over our southern border, making it easier for them to smuggle drugs into the U.S. and expand their human trafficking operation. So I'm pretty sure human trafficking would just include getting people across the border. So, however, whether you're like a tour guide, like leading people across the border to like straight up thuggery. It's pretty broad. And then the smuggling drugs, isn't it most drugs come through they come through like the US through ships and trucks. It's not like a matter of like they're running, like they have like these trash bags over their shoulders like full of fentanyl and they're like running across the border. They like hide them in trucks. I mean, but this leads us to the same problem. It's like, I mean, with black market stuff. So we're seeing like, what is this methodology, which seems a little fishy to me. We're still gonna look into it though, because this is the best we've got. But I've seen data showing that like most of this illegal drug trade is done through points of entry. What percentage of drugs smuggled from Mexico? I guess we could look into the methodology for this. Are through points of entry. Over 90% of fentanyl seizures occur at legal crossing points. I mean, you could say this is Cato, so they're a right wing. I think, are they libertarian? I know that Heritage is like a Republican, because you can say right, the right in the American context, like right doesn't always mean Republican. Cato Institute. Here we go. But yeah, they're libertarian. Cato. Libertarians. Some might be a name only. Libertarians, they've been their thought leaders have been shifting around over the last decade. But I mean, we expect their bias to be they're actually cool with drugs. I've heard so like Peter Schiff, notable libertarian, he thinks that heroin should be legal. He doesn't fight for this much because he's more into monetary policy. But he thinks heroin should be legal, but you should have centers that people go to and they do the heroin and they're under observation. I think that's like kind of a common libertarian idea. That'd be interesting. What percent of libertarians support the legalization of heroin? NIH. Drug legalization and decriminalization beliefs among substance using and non-using individuals. Okay, this is interesting. This isn't what I was talking about, but we can't not read this. For persons with opioid misuse, 15.4%. When asked about their agreement with heroin should be legalized, the mean score was 4.6. For persons with stimulant misuse, 12.1% when asked about their agreement with. Cocaine should be legalized. Why are they changing it up on us? Are they pee hacking? Cocaine should be legalized. The score was 4.2. However, for persons with marijuana misuse, when asked about their agreement with, medical marijuana should be legalized. The score was 8.2. Yeah, obviously. And for recreational marijuana, the score was also 8.2. Right, yeah, because the whole push for medical marijuana that was to make recreational marijuana legal, which I do not have strong feelings on one way or the other. These results suggest I don't smoke marijuana. I do not smoke marijuana. These results suggest that persons who use marijuana strongly support the legalization of both recreational and medical marijuana, whereas persons who primarily have opioid or stimulant misuse have less strongly held beliefs about legalization of substances within those respective categories. By including those who mistrust drugs, these data assist in framing discussions of drug legalization and have the potential to inform drug policy and considerations. Yeah, if you have somebody like coming in, I'm on crack. Wow, crack. What do you got? Some crack. And then you ask them like, do you think everyone should be able to use crack? And they're like, no. It's probably a pretty harmful drug. Substance use is a major concern in both the United States and abroad, with important consequences related not only to morbidity and mortality, but legal and economic concerns as well. While much drug use remains illegal, there are growing efforts to legalize and or decriminalize certain drug classes, such as marijuana and heroin. Despite international drug treaties prohibiting the non-medical use of marijuana, cocaine, amphetamines, and heroin, I emphasize that wrong. This is related in part to evidence that drugs such as marijuana or heroin, which have been previously categorized as having no medicinal value, may have potential medical benefits. These efforts are also premised upon the experiences of countries like Portugal, which decriminalized all illicit drugs in 2001 and reported subsequent decreases in drug-related societal problems, as well as support for legalizing drugs like marijuana for non-medical use in countries such as Canada and Uruguay. Eight states and the District of Columbia have legalized recreational marijuana, and 29 states have legalized medicinal marijuana. However, systematic data on the opinions of Americans regarding the legalization, decriminalization of marijuana are lacking, and attitudes regarding the legalization, decriminalization of other substances are even sparser. Data show that the public's opinion about marijuana seemed to have changed over time, with 12% of the public supporting legalization in 1969. Oh, they weren't as hippie as we thought, compared with 61% per an online poll conducted in 2017. Another recent online poll of registered U.S. voters found that a modest majority, 68%, that's not that modest, was in support of legalization of marijuana for medical purposes, with 52 supporting its legalization for recreational purposes. If marijuana helps you when you have cancer, it should definitely be legalized for that. I mean, I don't. How could you not think so? However, this sample was vastly opposed to the legalization and decriminalization of other drugs, including cocaine, heroin, and methamphetamine, for both medical and recreational purposes. Okay, no, but I want to see, like, what percent of heroin addicts think heroin should be legal versus non-heroin addicts? Okay, these are pretty good sample sizes. Opioids N equals 78. Heroin should be legalized. 4.6. Decriminalized 3.1. Cocaine 4.0. This is seriously. Okay, so opioid addicts answer at a 4.6. But they're not telling us if they're. Oh, okay, here we go. If you have no substance abuse, then you're at 3.4. Scales range from 0 to 10, with 0 being strongly agree and 10 being strongly. With 0 being strongly disagree and 10 being strongly agree. So if you're not addicted to anything, you have a 3.4 level support for heroin being legalized. But if you're addicted to opioids, 4.6, it should be legalized. If you're an alcoholic, your scale is 3.4, that heroin should be legalized. If you're addicted to marijuana, 4.1, it should be legalized. If you're addicted to stimulants, you have the lowest level of support for heroin legalization. Probably because you get so much shit done and you're sick of all tripping over all these fucking zoned out slackers. If you're addicted to stimulants, you have a 4.2. So all of these are below 5, meaning, well, like, outside of marijuana questions, all these are below 5, meaning it's like on average you disagree. And people addicted to stimulants are most likely to oppose heroin legalization, even compared to normies. Interesting. If you're addicted to heroin, you're more likely to support medical marijuana legalization compared to normies. Hmm. I feel like we gotta save this somewhere. This has to be. This has to be documented somewhere for the stream. But our desktop. Right at the top. Drug legalization support based on addiction. Okay, so back to the border stuff. Fentanyl is smuggled for U.S. citizens by U.S. citizens, not asylum seekers. I feel like the wording that the Republicans are using is like, oh, national security, drugs, blah, blah. Like, you just hear that and, like, somebody's thinking, like, yeah, we gotta crack down on this. But, like, to read this title, fentanyl is smuggled for U.S. citizens by U.S. citizens, not asylum seekers. That is intuitive. This makes sense. Obviously, people that are claiming asylum are not the ones, like, throwing 55-gallon trash bags over their shoulder full of fentanyl and running across fucking rivers and tumbleweeds and dive rolling over Toyota cacti. Fentanyl overdoses tragically caused tens of thousands of preventable deaths last year. Many politicians who want to end U.S. asylum law claim that immigrants crossing the border illegally are responsible. An NPR Ipsos poll last week found that 39% of Americans and 60% of Republicans believe that most of the fentanyl entering the U.S. is smuggled in by unauthorized migrants crossing the border illegally. A more accurate summary is that fentanyl is overwhelmingly smuggled by U.S. citizens, almost entirely for U.S. citizens, consumers. Well, yeah, I mean, no one disputes it's for U.S. citizens, consumers, right? Or is like that, or is the right gonna argue that the reason so many migrants are coming into the U.S. Illegally is so that they can get access to the fentanyl that's was already in Mexico to begin with? It is monstrous that tens of thousands of people are dying unnecessarily every year from fentanyl. But banning asylum and limiting travel backfired. Reducing deaths requires figuring out the cause, not jumping to blame a group that's not responsible. Instead of attacking immigrants, policymakers should focus on effective solutions that help people at risk of fentanyl overdose. Or they could inspect the trucks coming across the border better. U.S. consumer payments for illicit opioids ultimately fund fentanyl smuggling. Consumers pay retail dealers who pay wholesalers, and the cash is then transferred back in bulk cash form to Mexico. These funds are then used to pay smugglers to bring drugs back into the United States again. The best evidence indicates that about... Okay, so they're not doing wire transfers or... Well, what... No, I'd assume, like... Get them out would be in crypto nowadays. The best evidence indicates that about 99% of U.S. consumers of fentanyl or products containing fentanyl are U.S. citizens. Non-citizens appear to be about 80% less likely to be fentanyl consumers than their share of the population would predict. Yeah. So I'm saying, like, a lot of these unauthorized immigrants are salt of the earth. You're just built different if you're off in a poor country. I asked my friend from Cote d'Ivoire, he said, I asked him about drug addiction in Cote d'Ivoire. He said, there's no drug abuse there. There's no homeless people. According to GDP estimates, which are not correct, but it is certainly a much poorer country than the US. The GDP per capita is 2,500 US dollars in Cote d'Ivoire. If I had to guess, I'd say it's probably more like $12,000 to $15,000. Let's compare that to the US. 82,000, Jesus. $769 per capita in the US. Look at that. And he says there's no there's no homelessness or drug addiction crisis there. I mean, we can kind of intuit some of these things. These funds are then used to pay smugglers to bring drugs back into the United States again. The best evidence indicates that about 99% of U.S. consumers of fentanyl or products containing fentanyl are U.S. citizens. Non-citizens appear to be about 8% less likely to be fentanyl consumers than their share of the population would predict. Which is to say, like, non-citizens are a much smaller percentage of the total population, and they use it at the fifth rate. Of course, consumers would prefer much safer and legal opioids over illicit fentanyl, but the government has unfortunately forced them into the black market with few safe options. Damn, this is a libertarian think tank. Listen to this fucking loading. I mean, libertarians are right wing, but compare that to fucking the Heritage Foundation. They're gonna basically make the point. The Heritage Foundation would come at it from the point that opioid abusers are degenerates, and that the U.S. needs to crack down as forcefully as possible against opioid users and the dealers. U.S. citizens are fentanyl traffickers. Fentanyl is primarily trafficked by U.S. citizens. U.S. Sentencing Commission publishes data on all federal convictions, which includes demographic information on individuals convicted of fentanyl trafficking. Figure 1 shows the citizenship status of fentanyl traffickers for 2018 to 2021. Every year, U.S. citizens receive the most convictions by far. In 2021, U.S. citizens accounted for 86.3% of fentanyl trafficking convictions, compared to just 8.9% for illegal immigrants. Interesting. It's interesting, too, how so the libertarians are still right-wing. So they still are like placing a lot of blame. That's like one of the significant differences psychologically between the left and the right. The rights, they're blaming U.S. consumers, which, like, we'd all think, and we know it's U.S. consumers bringing the demand for fentanyl, but really, like, we just want to stop. We just want to stop the flow of fentanyl. We don't have to fucking put a period in like our statements that it's the U.S. citizens consuming it. Okay, so let's look at this. Okay, this is pretty flat. 2018, 84% conviction rate. U.S. citizens, U.S. citizens. I didn't want to watch this video of this guy because I was afraid he was going to lie a lot, but it's actually led to us asking the right questions, getting to the bottom of this. Of course, we've got to look at what is the source for this. U.S. Sentencing Commission. Note that since trafficking involves movement from Mexico to the United States, it is unclear how to measure the likelihood of conviction for a non-citizen without U.S. lawful immigration status or citizenship, since the denominator would include most Mexicans in Mexico as well as anyone who crosses through Mexico. Really? Can't. They're saying conviction of non-citizens is lower because they're non-citizens. Note that since I'm gonna reread this. Note that since trafficking involves movement from Mexico to the United States, it is unclear how to measure the likelihood of conviction for a non-citizen without U.S. lawful immigration status or citizenship, since the denominator would include most Mexicans in Mexico as well as anyone who crosses through Mexico. Um, what are they saying? Like, no, I feel like if you're stuck at if you're crossing the border with drugs and they catch you, I feel like it's like documented thoroughly. Like there's a whole process for that, and they're going to convict you. Like there's a whole process. They're going to go just as hard against non-citizens as citizens. I mean, Mexico themselves will want you to. But regardless, the reality is that people with U.S. citizenship or residence traffic the vast majority of fentanyl. Not illegal border crossers specifically, or illegal immigrants generally. Wait, well, I don't see this point. And then they're kind of like hand waving it away, but it's not even like a good point. Are they like just trying to look like fair and balanced? Indeed, this appears to be the case even for the most high-profile cases. Aaron Recklin Melnick of the American Immigration Council analyzed every Customs and Border Protection press release mentioning fentanyl over a 6-month period and found just 3% involved illegal immigrants. Oh, thank God. When they said it appears to be a high profile case, I thought they were bringing this guy's name up because he was like involved in some case. It was gonna be totally anecdotal, but they're like, no, this guy made it non-anecdotal by looking over every case over a 6-month period. This means that the agency itself believes that most important smugglers are U.S. citizens. Important. They're the VIPs here. They're just moonwalking across the border. U.S. citizens bring fentanyl through legal crossing points, right? That U.S. citizens account for most fentanyl trafficking convictions is not surprising given the location of fentanyl border seizures. Over 90% of fentanyl border seizures occur at legal border crossings and interior vehicle checkpoints. And 91% of drug seizures at checkpoints are from U.S. citizens, only 4% by potentially removable immigrants. Okay. That's only a 5% gap between 91 and 4. In 2022 so far, Border Patrol agents who were not at vehicle checkpoints accounted for just 9% of fentanyl seizures near the border. Since it is easier for U.S. citizens to cross legally than non-citizens, it makes sense for fentanyl producers to hire U.S. citizen smugglers. Okay, yeah, so this is all to say it's like what you would think it would be if you thought about it for like it's like at least like 4 seconds to 4 to 6 seconds. Back to this tweet. Fentanyl smuggling across the border is done through legitimate points of entry, through vehicles that the U.S. thinks is able to go through. So maybe we'll have a reduced amount of fentanyl coming into the U.S. as Donald Trump imposes a 25% tariff on Mexico. and maybe he'll assign retaliatory tariffs to Mexico's retaliatory tariffs and just completely shut down trade at all with Mexico. And so now all of our cars cost 30% more than they would otherwise, and all of our light bulbs, all of our furniture, every consumer product just goes way up in price. And then he'll have inadvertently solved the fentanyl crisis. And we all get to sit here in the US raising chickens in our backyards for subsistence farming. Okay, let me reiterate a little bit of this. Okay. I'll start here. Crossings. So this is a tweet by Thomas Homan. He's a border czar appointed by Trump and then confirmed by the Senate. Crossings are down 95% based on actual data. That is the stone cold fact. Regarding your other comments, on average, during the Biden administration, there was an average of more than 1,300 known gotaways daily. As a matter of fact, in fiscal year 2023, that amount was 1,800. Okay, so it spiked up in 2023. Probably, like pent up demand due to Title 42 of COVID, which is to say, like, you're a young man in Mexico or Central South America, and you're healthy, you're ready to work. You want to go to the U.S., you shut down with Title 42. Title 42 is lifted, so then you're ready to do your 50-mile trek or whatever it is through the desert. In the last 24 hours, we have had a total of 48. Oh, if you times that by 365, it's about 1,800. Also, when you talk about human costs, you failed to mention that the more than 500,000 children separated from their families and smuggled into this country by criminal cartels, with 300,000 of them unaccounted for under Biden. So 200,000 were accounted for. So you get children smuggled up here. That could be 17-year-old guys ready to work. It could be children being sent to their aunt. I mean, I have heard of horrific stories where you have these coyotes committing SA against women that they're been tasked with coyoteing up here. This isn't being like very specific. It's like he wants you to think every case is like that. We'll read. We'll do a deep dive into all that. Okay, for this point, Kinney County, Texas, judge declared invasion. This is a dark topic, but we gotta cover it. We gotta cover all our bases. Don't want to get caught off guard. The ultimate goal is to debate people, get to the bottom of this. I think debate's very important for our society. But, like, the ideal model is that we is that everybody that comes into the country does so legally, but we have a secure border, but we have large migration numbers in order to support our economy and the things that we need done, such as the housing crisis and agricultural field work, and basically just supporting like our aging population that will go into retirement. And then another benefit too is as these immigrants come in, like we're if to look at it in like kind of a cold, callous way. Yes, we're not paying any taxpayer money to educate these people. They come over at 16, 17, 18 to work, and we didn't pay for their education. And Mexico has high literacy rates. So although they might not speak English, like they can communicate in Spanish and they can read and write in it too. So they can get help from others in the community. So that is to say that if we had a legitimate immigration process for a large number of people, that would include or that would lower the amount of coyoting done and less sexual assaults against women. SA statistics for smuggled people. It's a dark topic, but it's politics. So, I mean, things that affect a lot of people. That's the definition of politics. Half a million children separated from their families, smuggled into this country by criminal cartels, with 300,000 of them being unaccounted for by Biden. The nearly 4,000 aliens that have died making the journey to our border under Biden, which is an historic number. The 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and young children, and the 250,000 young Americans dead from fentanyl under Biden. Fentanyl death chart over time. Yeah, this is a sad story too. But yeah, like we just looked up, like the story of fentanyl overdoses is not illegal migration. These drugs come over through U.S. citizens crossing the border with it hidden on trucks. Where's our picture? Oh, there's a lot of cocaine deaths per year. What else we got? Oh yeah, heroin's down because fentanyl is way up. I heard very sad framing. The reason the rate of increase of fentanyl overdose is going down is because a lot of people that are addicted to opioids started dying from them, so it lowered the pool of potential victims. Fentanyl overdose. Wait. Okay, this is just King County. That was like a huge downward move. Oh, would you look at that? Fentanyl deaths went down under Biden. Let's see, matches a level in like early 2021. So during his term, it did go up, but you can see a downward trend at the end of his term. Housekeeping. Okay, I'll be back. I gotta pee and I'm gonna get some food. I'll be back in a second. All right, I'm back. I got some goat cheese with wild blueberry, lemon, and thyme to cheer me up. Okay, so we're reading the tweet by Thomas Homan. The borders are appointed by Trump and confirmed by the Senate. He said that nearly 4,000 aliens that have died making the journey to our border under Biden, which is an historic number. Okay, if a lot of people are dying making the trip, wouldn't that mean it's harder for them to do it? I mean, not to be callous. Or, yeah, maybe it's just more of them trying to do it. The 600% increase in sex trafficking of women and young children, and the 250,000 young Americans dead from fentanyl under Biden. Well, okay, let's ask Gemini about this. Maybe it's true. I haven't heard that one. What is Thomas Homan going to when he says there's a 600% increase in sex trafficking? It's too political. Okay, I gotta set my kettle. I'm making tea. Okay, let's do ChatGPT. Here we go. Increase identification and reporting. More cases of sex trafficking being identified or reported by authorities, NGOs, or the public. Enhance enforcement efforts. More resources and attentions being dedicated to tackling sex trafficking, which could result in an apparent rise due to more effective detection and enforcement. Changes in immigration policy. Sometimes shifts in immigration policies or enforcements, like increased border security, can lead to claims about rising trafficking cases as traffickers may adapt to new enforcement challenges. Okay, it's not looking up anything. It's just going off the words. Well, we go. We do have to get to the bottom of this. Thomas Homan, 600%. New York Post. Okay, so they just quote him. No context. I mean, he's hopefully getting this number from somewhere. TikTok. No, Thomas Homan's a devout Catholic. Okay, he's just saying this. No citations. All right. Okay. This is probably bullshit, but I'll look more. I'll look more into it. I can go on. I can. This is Thomas Homan. The Trump orders are. I can go on, but don't have time to respond to every person that misrepresents the great work done every day by the men and women of the Border Patrol. While you sleep safe and secure in your bed every night, there are thousands of green and blue uniforms standing post protecting this nation, which protects you and your family. I know because I wore that uniform. Again, I don't have the time to respond to every fake post, so I will move on. Memes. Bring me hostile, freeloading assholes waving their own flags. Yes, because that's a good representation of the cross section of immigrants coming across the border. Okay, so let's continue this speech.
Border. Under Trump, we had 14.
I mean, he's doing his job. He's probably promoted this because he's a freak.
In 4 years, under Joe Biden, just shy of 400. Think about that for a moment. What Joe Biden did to our border was create the most significant public safety and national security vulnerability in this nation's history. But guess what? We got one badass president now who's going to come in and is going to take care of this border. Look at the numbers last few days. I'm telling you, every morning I get up, I can't wait to go to work. Because I know that I have a president who's going to open up every avenue of law enforcement to this great nation. In under 4 weeks, we have illegal crossings on the border down 95%.
Again, he's got to argue, why is this good when we've had mass migration since 1980? And our economy has seemed to do nothing but fucking skyrocket since then. And there's no other country that's like this, that's aligned with us. The only other country like this is China. You know, look, and they're pretty flat lately. If you ask any serious economist, they'll say it's good to have so many immigrants coming into your country, especially in the age group that they are. So he's got to kind of tell us why it's good to crack down on migration so much.
I remember when the president called me and said, I remember he called me when he
Okay, obviously. It'd be better if we just let all these immigrants in legally. It seems like we're not going to do that. What is the next best option?
Brought me. This is the second time I came out of retirement for this man. So he called me. I remember I was the first guy he called, and he says, "Okay, this is how the phone call went." I picked up one. I see POTUS on my cell phone, so I know it was Trump. He says, "All right, Tom, you've been bitching about 4 years. You want to come fix it?" And I didn't hesitate. I said, "I'll come back and I'll do it for free. I'm so pissed off. You don't have to pay me." And look, in less than a month, illegal crossings down 95%. ICE has arrested over 21,000 people in the nation. Gotaways. Under President Biden, the gotaways, 2.2 million people crossed the border, weren't arrested because the Border Patrol was too busy making sandwiches, changing diapers, making baby formula, making hospital runs, dealing with humanitarian crisis. 2.2 million people crossed the border and weren't apprehended, weren't fingerprinted. We had about 1,800 a day in 2023. You know how many had yesterday? 48. You're talking about 2,000 miles of border and only 48 people escaped, but that's 48 too many. I'm not going to be happy if that number is 0.
I think they just stopped looking. They're like, oh, Trump ordered us. We're just going to look like this. They'll have no getaways if we don't see any of them.
Now we're getting a question.
I'll be back. I'm going to get some crackers.
Well, you said you're going to concentrate on public safety threats and national security threats, but you arrested non-criminals. Yeah, damn right we did. Because you're in the country illegally, which happens to be a violation of our law. Entering this country illegally is a crime, and we're not going to forgive it. Into sanctuary cities, game on, because Pam Bondi's back into place. And Kash Patel is back running the FBI. President Trump brought together one hell of a team, and
this guy just hates migrants. He's not explaining why they're bad. He's just explaining that he's out to get him.
Every time I see one of these people get nominated and take their oath for office, I just get that much more excited. I'm afraid I'm going to have a heart attack one of these days because it just keeps getting better. Sanctuary cities are a sanctuary for criminals. I've read all these stories this week. Tom Homan insulted AOC. Well, look, it's not an insult if it's true. She says Homan has no game, he has nothing on me. Look, you can claim you're educating people according to their constitutional rights. I think she's a long ways away from being a constitutional scholar myself. Bottom line is, we know what the game is. You can claim you're educating people to their rights, but we know what the end game is. Try to tell people how to invade law enforcement. And we're talking about people who enter the country illegally, which is a crime, committed a violent act against a U.S. citizen, We're order removed by a judge. We got members of Congress saying this is okay to educate them how to evade law enforcement.
He's saying illegal immigrants that are violent criminals get legal defense funding or like legal advice of some sort.
And we're talking about
where do you
people
throw that in?
country?
Like this whole speech has been about catching illegal immigrants, cracking down on sanctuary cities. Now he's saying there's illegal migrants that commit violent crimes get some type of like training or defense,
which is a crime. Okay. Committed a violent act against a U.S. citizen.
What is he talking about?
We know what the game is. You can claim you're educating people to the rights.
He just randomly brings that up.
If it's true. She says Holman has no game. He has nothing on me. Look, you can claim you're educating people according to their constitutional rights. I think she's a long ways away from being a constitutional scholar myself. Bottom line is, we know what the game is. You can claim you're educating people to their rights, but we know what the end game is. Try to tell people how to evade law enforcement. And we're talking about people who enter the country illegally, which is a crime.
Evade.
Committed a violent act against a U.S. citizen.
Why did you just throw that in there? Is he saying crossing the borders of violent crime? You've been violent to the U.S. by stepping on our cherished desert lands. Oh, you fell into a cactus? You committed violence against it.
Order removed by a judge. We got members of Congress saying this is okay to educate them how to evade law enforcement.
I'm not gonna look this up. This is stupid. There's no city paying for the defense of fucking violent illegal immigrants.
Look, we're not making this shit up. We're enforcing the laws enacted by Congress. And we're not going to apologize for it. Not under this administration. We got great governors out there. Governor Pritzker, you ain't one of them. I met with Governor DeSantis yesterday. You know what he's done? He's passed one of the strongest state immigration laws in this nation. Do you know it's a crime in the state of Arizona, in the state of Florida? It is a crime to enter the country illegally. He made his own state law. He has passed a law that he will fire any mayor or sheriff that doesn't help ICE enforce immigration law. The men and women of the Border Patrol, I love each and every one of you wearing that green uniform. You're the finest 1% this country has. So look, we're attacking the interior enforcement. For those who don't think those numbers are enough, I don't either. If you haven't seen, I'm happy with the numbers, but I'm not going to be satisfied until every criminal alien gang member, every criminal alien, every trend agua is eradicated from this country and send their ass to Gitmo where they belong. Damn, I love my job. We got, and look, I already said we got the border locked down, we're crossing down 95%. We've already arrested 21, just above 21,000, and we're going to double the workforce. We're going to add more. We're going to add more targeting. We're going to add more teams. God bless the men and women of ICE. God bless.
Hacking workers from our country and forcing them to do border patrol work. Goddamn, can these business owners that demand laborers get no breaks?
All the DOJ components are with us. We've got U.S. Marshals, DEA, FBI, ATF, all these fine agencies helping us. And what's great about it, when we went to Chicago, mayor of Chicago said I wasn't welcome to Chicago. Guess where the first place I went was? Chicago. But having DEA and FBI there and ATF was great. We found an illegal alien with a gun. ATF does a criminal charge. We found an illegal alien with drugs. We prosecuted that crime. So we're prosecuting these people before we deport them, and that's exactly what we should be doing. We're going to make this country safe again.
Oh god, we gotta look up crime rates. Not crime. Crime rates. U.S. illegal immigrants. Oh, if we say illegal immigrants instead of undocumented, we'll get people. We'll get the truth. Advancing justice through science. Notice the Department of Justice's Office of Justice Programs is currently reviewing its websites and materials in accordance with recent executive orders and related guidance. During this review, some pages and publications will be unavailable. Criminal alien statistics. This table organizes nationwide convictions of criminal aliens by type of criminal conduct. Because some critical criminal aliens may be convicted of multiple criminal offenses, total convictions listed below exceed the total arrests noted in the table above. So we got 4 figures. Oh, 5 figures. What's this? 2024. Illegal entry, re-entry. Yeah, obviously what we're concerned about is, like, well, violent crimes, right? Well, yeah, financial crimes, fraud, UIs, burglary. I think burglary is, is it that difference between a robbery and a burglary? I think it's with a burglary. It's like you're entering a place somewhere lives, a place that somewhere lives, somebody lives. Burglary versus robbery. Robbery now, hands on the ground. Give me your money and hush your mouth. Burglary involves unlawfully entering a structure to commit a crime. Well, robbery involves taking property from a person by force or threat of force. Oh, well, so then if you just, like, take someone's bike out of their driveway, that must be theft. Okay, so burglary is you break into somewhere. Doesn't have to be where someone lives, just a structure. So you could burglarize like an office. These are very low numbers. Considering the population's 22 million, 11 million, either. Here's American Immigration Council debunking the myth of immigrants and crime. Oh, this one might be kind of biased. Like, let's see. This is probably just like a think tank. If we're gonna debate the right, we gotta get our sources down pat. Chinese, Irish, Italian, Muslim, Mexican, all these people and more have been falsely accused of bringing crime into the United States, particularly during times of economic or political unease. Never the Germans, though, or the Scandinavians. Maybe they're just better. That's probably it. Oh, damn. Yeah, these are numbers that line up with other things I've read. It's interesting for them to present in this context. In 1980, immigrants made up 6.2% of the US population, and the total crime rate was 5,900 crimes per 100,000 people. By 2022, the share of immigrants had more than doubled to 13.9%, while the total crime rate had dropped by 60.4% to 2,335 crimes per 100,000 people. Yeah, so correlation doesn't equal causation, but sometimes if it's like an extremely striking difference, it kind of does, right? So it's like, okay, we look at the population, we see 40% of people smoke cigarettes, and of those, they have 10 times the cancer rate of those that don't. It's correlation does equal causation in that case. In this case, it's basically, though, immigration made up over double of the percentage of the population from 6% to 14%. Crime dropped by 60%. That's not quite as crazy as like you have 10 times the rate of lung cancer among smoking, but it's like this is a good place to start. Here we go. The libertarians for us. Oh yeah, I forgot to read this out loud. The evidence is overwhelming that immigrants in the United States have had a lower crime rate than than native-born Americans since at least the 19th century. When people learn that fact, they aren't surprised that legal immigrants have a lower crime rate than native-born Americans, but they are surprised that it's also true for illegal immigrants. The follow-up question people ask is, why do illegal immigrants have lower crime rates? It's a good question. Okay, well, there's also like, just in general, I don't know there's like a sociological like concept that's named immigrants lower mental illness. There's like this thing that's seen across the world when people migrate from one country to another. They tend to have like very low rates of criminality and even mental illness. Healthy migrant hypothesis. Is that what this is? I feel like it's a different name, but I've read about this before, like years ago. Salmon bias. I'll have to find this at some point. There's some wiki on it. So I think it's that immigrants have like a lower rate of crime and mental illness from than the rates of where they came from. Why do illegal immigrants have low crime rates? It's a good question. After all, illegal immigrants broke immigration laws when they entered or overstayed, and they tend to be younger, male, less educated, have lower wages, and are members of ethnic or racial groups that tend to have higher crime rates among native-born Americans. Thus, it's understandable why people are perplexed about why illegal immigrants have a lower crime rate in the United States. That's where theories of crime come in. Theories can help interpret or explain results, guide research design, help make predictions, and reconcile multiple findings. Listing these theories can help answer the questions of why illegal immigrants and other immigrants have a lower crime rate in the United States. You should notice that many of the theories below contradict each other, and some are likely entirely false, but several could be partial explanations. Oh, interesting. Professor Karis Kubrin and Graham Osee have a short guide to these theories in a recent book on immigrant crime, but I will add a few more. I'm partial to theories 1 through 3, but there are plausible cases for the others too. Theories that can explain the illegal immigrant native crime difference. Comparison group effects. Native-born Americans commit more crime than residents of any other developed country and several less developed countries. I'm actually hungry, so I'm gonna eat. I want to play this propaganda. What to do? Let's just play like a dull bullshit video. This is like a new YouTube account for me, so I don't know you. That was huge. A stroke left me with an Italian accent. I've heard, well, not from strokes, but I've heard other names. Well, I want to watch a video on Hitler's normal voice. At least until you guys know me better.
Здрасте.
Василий Петрович Голобородько?
Да. Доброе утро, господин президент.
Привет, как дела? Серьезный день, ребята. Как настроение? Класс? Це не фейк, і я дуже серйозно відношусь до нашої країни, до життя кожної людини.
И вот здесь, понимаешь, теперь, они заставляют детей в будки ваши строить. Знаешь, почему у нас жизнь собачья? Да потому что мы свой выбор с тобой начинаем в будках. Понятно? А выбирать-то не из кого. Из двух пи***расов выбираем меньше. И так 25 лет подряд. Ты знаешь, что это есть?
Да, при решении этого вопроса будет учитываться специфика. Уважаемые журналисты, я прошу прощения.
I spent weeks secretly studying ape communication in order to convince these apes that I was one of them. Bonobos are the closest living relatives of human beings, and while attempts have been made to teach them to use human language, it is very rare for human beings to try to communicate with bonobos on their terms using bonobo vocalizations and gestures. And so when I attempted to do exactly this as an innocent visitor to this bonobo research center, the bonobos were genuinely shocked and we bonded pretty hard. I'm running this video as a fundraiser for Ape Initiative, a federally recognized nonprofit which is the world's only bonobo research center. Bonobos are an endangered species, and Ape Initiative works with scientists and educators to help understand bonobo behavior with an aim towards ensuring their preservation in the wild. Consider donating to the fundraiser if you can, or visit their website at www.apeinitiative.org to learn more. And also a huge thank you to today's sponsor, MyHeritage, for making this crazy experiment possible. Bonobos and humans shared a common ancestor about 6 million years ago, and our DNA is almost 99% identical. But if you're looking to learn more about your own human ancestry, today's sponsor, MyHeritage, can help you do that. I had previously partnered with MyHeritage on a video revealing my DNA test results, but today they've got an improved DNA ethnicity model based on advanced new algorithms that give much higher resolution ethnicity estimates that can pinpoint the exact regions and sometimes even cities that your ancestors came from. So after a simple cheek swap to send in my DNA,
Kind of doubt that. I feel like all genetic, like estimating where people are from, it's kind of blurry. All right, y'all. It's about 4:44 a.m. my time. Bit past my bedtime, so I'm gonna call it a night. But anyways, it's been real fun. We'll come back and someday we'll find what n sub s of t really means. And we'll dig deeper into this into the immigration policy debate. Fortunately, we see a lot of bullshit, like for instance that fentanyl comes from Mexico through illegal migrants, which it doesn't. It comes through valid points of entry, but it's smuggled in. We see people saying that like immigrants are draining our economy when it seems like they work harder. We see that it's say there's a lot of crime coming in when it seems, even considering known gangs like MS-13, their crime rates overall are significantly lower. So if anything, for the native pool of serial killers, illegal immigrants, they dilute the pool of victims, making us all safer. So we'll get by. We'll find out what other wacky things conservatives are saying, and we'll get to the bottom of it next stream. Thanks, guys. Have a good one.